Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Note your appearances, please."
Ms. Murray said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Juliana Murray, Ryan Finkel. Micah Ferguson and Justin Horton for the United States.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Siddhartha Kamraju and John Kilgard on behalf of Mr. Guo, and Mr. Guo is with us at counsel table.
The court said, "Please be seated. I received a letter dated July 2, 2024, in which the government requests that I strike a portion of the testimony of Raymond Dragon, ECF number 389. Mr. Dragon said, "My understanding is that the $350 million includes the $200 million of new GTV shares that were issued by GTV and includes shares that were owned by Soraka that were sold, because there was a very large investor interest in this offering." Transcript at 4893. Mr. Dragon goes on to say that GTV sold 200 million shares, and the remaining 150 million shares came because Soraka sold some of the GTV shares it already had. The government objects to two aspects of this testimony. First, the government argues that Mr. Dragon has no personal knowledge that Soraka was the source of the extra 150 million shares, and that he did not disclose reviewing any sources that contained this information. I would like the defense to address this issue by Friday, July 5th. Second, the government contends that Mr. Dragon's testimony implies that there was a single very large investor who was interested in Soraka's shares of GTV. I did not interpret Mr. Dragon's testimony that way. I understood him to say that there was very large investor interest. In other words, from multiple investors, which precipitated the sale of the extra 150 million shares. So my question is this correct? Is my interpreter correct? And if so, would the parties stipulate to my deletion from the transcript of the word "et" before very large investor interest?
Mr. Kamraju said, "From the defense's perspective, Your Honor, your interpretation is correct. And we don't have an objection to striking the word "a."
Mr. Ferguson said, "We have no objection to striking that word either, Your Honor. But we maintain our position that that full section of the testimony was improper and should be stricken."
The court said, "I will hear then from the defense by the 5th on that issue generally."
Mr. Kamraju said, "No problem, Your Honor. We'll file a response to the letter by then."
The court said, "Is there anything else?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Not from the defense, Your Honor."
Ms. Murray said, "Your Honor, just a point on scheduling. We understand there are 7 defense witnesses left. I expect we'll get through 4, possibly 5 today, which will leave us with 2 or 3 for Monday. And then of course if the defendant chooses to testify, that would extend the trial into probably Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. We understand that the court is going to sit full days during deliberations and instructions. We would ask, if it works for the court, if it works for the jury, if we could sit full days all of next week. Obviously everybody is very motivated to get this trial finished, suffice it to say. And we do anticipate that the additional 7 witnesses will take some time. We know instructions and the charge will take some time in this case. And of course summations after a 6 or 7 week trial will take some time. We want to make sure that there's sufficient time for the jury to get the case and consider the case, including in the event that Mr. Guo testifies."
Mr. Kamraju said, "If it's fine with the court and the jury, it's fine with the defense, Your Honor."
The court said, "I am going to tell the jury that we are sitting full days starting Monday. Has Mr. Guo decided whether he's going to testify?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "No, Your Honor. I plan to meet with him this weekend to confer."
The court said, "Okay. Alrighty. So if that's it, then we will get started at 9:30.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Recess. Jury not present.
The court said, "I did not hear what you said."
Mr. Ginsburg said, "My name is Peter Ginsburg on behalf of Mr. Lee. Is that what Your Honor asked?"
The court said, "I wanted to ask what you were saying. You just identified yourself as counsel to the witness. Is that correct?"
Mr. Ginsburg said, "That's correct, Your Honor."
The court said, "So you're going to be in the gallery. Is that correct?"
Mr. Ginsburg said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "All righty. Please have the jurors come in.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Good morning, jurors. I just wanted to remind you that tomorrow and Friday you will have off. We're going until 5 today. But come Monday we are going to be going till 5 every single day going forward. Alrighty. Please call your next witness.
Ms. Shrofa said, good morning to everyone. The defense calls Mr. E.
Jianhu Yi, called as a witness by the defendant, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may I ask the court to instruct the witness that he may now put his hand down?
The court said, yes, you can put your hand down, sir. And I need simultaneous interpretation.
The interpreter said, Your Honor, you want me to do simultaneous interpretation?
The court said, for the witness, yes.
The interpreter said, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The interpreter is a little confused. I thought we do consecutive for the witness, but we do simultaneous for the defendant.
The court said, no, we're doing simultaneous for both, otherwise it's going to take us a very long time.
The interpreter said, then we need to bring him a set receiver as well. We need to bring him another set of equipment. We were advised by our office to do consecutive. The interpreter said, Your Honor, the jury won't be able to hear the interpretation.
The court said, that's perfectly fine. So the interpreter is going to interpret in English and make whatever statements that he makes out loud. In other words, both of them have a microphone.
The interpreter said, we're exploring, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. We're told to do consecutive.
The court said, no, always simultaneous.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, while this is going on, can me and Ms. Schroff briefly approach?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, we could have one interpreter with one microphone and that would settle the problem. So I don't understand what the issue is.
Ms. Shrofa said, I don't either, Your Honor. We've been in touch with the interpreter's office last weekend. And I did all I could to help them out in terms of getting them ready for. I previewed for them what his testimony would be so that it would go smoother.
The court said, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. What's the issue?
Ms. Shrofa said, Nutra is in the courtroom if the court wants to question him.
The court said, no, absolutely not.
Mr. Finkel said, Sorry, Your Honor. I just want to avoid an issue that arose with another witness's testimony. I know these are court-appointed interpreters that work for the court system. I believe they might need to be sworn in under the rule that Your Honor exercised last time. That's just why I wanted to do this at sidebar. Frankly, I'm not sure what the court's position is or the defense's position is on that.
The court said, absolutely.
Ms. Shrofa said, that's fine, and I checked with Erica from the court interpreter's office. I confirmed that these are all people who translated before. I think they've all been sworn in previously. But of course I have no objection to them being sworn in.
The court said, could we get the interpreter's oath, please?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, if the logistics are complex with this witness. Should we just call the next witness in the meantime?
Ms. Shrofa said, no.
The court said, there is every single day in courtrooms all over the United States. You have one interpreter with a microphone, so all of this question equipment is not necessary. And if they can't resolve it among themselves, I will direct them to do it in a way that it's done elsewhere. If you'll have the interpreters step up, please. Just the Mandarin language interpreters. I want the Mandarin language interpreters, please step up. Okay, we're going to do the formal oath at this time. Go ahead.
The law clerk said, Do you solemnly swear that you will well and truly act as an interpreter and give a true translation in this matter now before the court, so help you God?
Interpreter sworn.
The court said, if you would please identify yourself.
The interpreter said, Barbara Robertson. I'm a Mandarin interpreter, federal court professionally qualified interpreter. The interpreter said, Mandarin interpreter, Tuohung, Tuohung. The interpreter said, Shifeng, Shifeng. I'm contract to interpreter for the federal court and New York State courts.
The court said, "Thank you very much. You may step back."
Mr. Finkel said, "There's no objection, I take it, from the defense as to the qualification of the interpreters?"
The court said, "No objection as to the qualification?"
Mr. Skirek said, "No objection."
The court said, "Anything else?"
Mr. Finkel said, "No. Thank you."
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, "Is Ms. Schroff present?"
Mr. Skirek said, "I'll be back 1 second."
The court said, "So apparently there's one additional piece of equipment that we need. Is it possible to call a different witness while we wait for that?"
Ms. Schroff said, "Your Honor, we didn't tell the witness to come until an hour later."
The court said, "All right. I apologize, members of the jury, for the delay. All right. Ready to go, Ms. Schroff? If the interpreter would give the spelling of the witness's name, please. Why?"
The interpreter said, first name, Jianhu, last name.
Direct examination. By Ms. Schroff.
Good morning, Mr. E.
Good morning.
Mr. E, were you persecuted when you lived in China?
In Suzhou City, Jiangsu Province, I was persecuted, yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, in what years did you live in China?
From 2005 to 2022, I lived there.
Did you go to high school there?
Yes, I was in high school, and I'm in university as well.
Ms. Schroff said, "I apologize, Your Honor. Now Mr. Kwok cannot hear what's going on."
The court said, "I'm sorry."
Ms. Schroff said, "Our client is unable to hear what's going on."
The court said, "So interpret the question and the answer out loud."
Ms. Schroff said, "Your Honor, I believe the additional equipment is right on its way. The audio expert is here. May we have just 1 minute to resolve it?"
The court said yes. "All righty. You may continue then."
By Ms. Schroff.
Mr. E, did you go to school in China?
Yes, I started in China.
Could you tell us what you studied?
Simply speaking, I graduated from Harbin Technical University with master degree.
And what was your master's degree in?
Industrial design.
And were you living in China in October of 2020?
You mean 2020?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you some questions, Mr. E, about October 21st and the time frame thereon. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. E, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what happened on October 23rd?
I didn't understand the time. Can you repeat the date?
October 23rd of 2020.
That day there are 2 policemen came to my company and took me away.
And where was your company located?
In Shanghai.
And what was the name of your company?
It's called Schaeffler Shanghai Trading Company.
And around what time did these people come and take you away?
Roughly about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how many people came around 2 o'clock in the afternoon to your workplace to take you away?
2 people.
And how were they dressed?
They in plain clothes.
And do you know who they were?
Yes, I knew.
Who did you know them to be?
Because when they saw me, they did the self-introduction. They're the police from the National Security.
And what is the National Security?
Ministry of National Security.
And what does the Ministry of National Security in China do?
That I'm not sure.
Did they show you anything when they approached you at your office?
He showed me their badge.
And what badges? What did the badges tell you when you saw their badges?
That I really wasn't sure.
I'll move forward. Did they ask you to do anything and what? I'm sorry?
They asked me to go with them.
And did you know where they were going to take you?
I wasn't sure at the time.
Could you have refused to go with them when they asked you to go with them on October 23rd?
No, I couldn't.
Why not?
'Cause in China, when police do their work, if I don't do what they ask me to do, there will be serious consequence.
And what is a serious consequence according to you?
I didn't know exactly, but maybe put me in prison or something else.
Mr. E, on October 23rd, did you know why the Ministry of National Security Police was looking for you?
I wasn't sure at the time.
Were you expecting them to show up on October 23rd?
2 days ago, they called through our HR company and told me they would come to see me in 2 days.
Were you worried when you heard about that from the HR in your company?
I was really worried.
Did you tell anyone that the National Security Police was attempting to speak to you?
Other than my wife, I didn't tell anyone.
Why did you not tell anyone?
Because I think it's a secret thing. It's not easy, not convenient to tell other people.
Were you afraid of any consequences if you had told anyone that the national police was trying to contact you?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, if you'll step up, please.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, Ms. Schroff, I need you to pick up the pace. Everybody knows the Chinese government is horrific. Oppressive, authoritarian, totalitarian. Awful. They get it. Move on.
Ms. Schroff said, okay.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
Mr. E, did you know why they were looking for you?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Why they were looking for you?
The court said, sustained.
Did you have an understanding as to why the national police was there?
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schroff said, Your Honor, I haven't asked that question.
The court said, I believe the question was asked.
Ms. Schroff said, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
The court said, move on.
Did they question you about things on October 23rd?
Yes, they did.
And what was the most specific topic that they asked you questions about?
They asked about I invested in GTV, G-Series.
And did the National Security Police ask you, first of all, I take that back. Could you describe for the jury where they took you?
They took me to a hotel next to my workplace.
Were you handcuffed?
No.
Were you allowed to leave?
I wasn't allowed.
How long were you held there?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
About 11 hours.
From what time to what time?
11 hours total.
From what time to what time?
From 2 o'clock, 2:30 to the next morning at 1:30.
And Mr. E, did the National Security Police let you keep your telephone?
They didn't.
Were you able to call your wife from any other phone line in the hotel?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, I'll let you lead on these questions, please.
Did you have any communication with your wife for those 11 hours?
No.
Describe the hotel room that you were seated in.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor.
The court said, Ms. Schroff.
Ms. Schroff said, Yes, Your Honor.
The court said, I would like you to heed what I stated at the sidebar.
Ms. Schroff said, Then the government objects to the leading. Here.
The court said, No, I don't think so. I think we can lead.
Mr. E, were there video cameras in the room?
The court said, Isn't it true that there were video cameras in the room?
Isn't it true, Mr. E, there were video cameras in the room?
There was a camera there.
How many officers were in the room?
In the room, there were 3 of them waiting for me.
And what were they trying to do?
They were waiting for me to come in.
After you came in, what did they ask you to give them?
They confiscate my phone.
And what did they do after confiscating your phone?
Then they ask me to sit opposite from them.
And do what?
They start asking me questions.
About what?
First they ask me if I know why I was there.
What else did they ask you? Did they ask you questions about your Gmail account?
Yes, they did.
What questions did they ask about your Gmail account?
They tried to open up my Gmail and Twitter an account with a GTV.
And did you have a GTV account on your Gmail?
My GTV account is the Gmail email address.
And did they ask you questions about that connection?
Yes, they did.
Mr. E, is it illegal to have a Gmail account in China?
Strictly speaking, yes.
Did you consent to the national police reading your emails?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, Leading questions, Ms. Schroff. You know what the answers are, so lead.
Am I correct, Mr. E, that you did not consent to the reading of your Gmail account by the National Security Police?
Can you repeat?
You did not tell the National Security Police that they could look into your Gmail account, correct?
I did not agree, but they read it anyway without my consent.
Did the National Security Police tell you that if you did not tell them the truth, they will take you to another place, and in that other place, they were sure you would tell them the truth?
The court said, You may answer.
That's correct.
Did the National Security Police show you a 20-page case file?
Yes.
Was that a case file they had prepared on you?
Yes.
Did you have to acknowledge the case file?
Yes.
Did they make you acknowledge it by putting an ink fingerprint on each page of the 20-page document?
Yes.
Did they tell you you were facing 3 to 5 years in prison for investing in GTV, which they considered to be their enemy?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Did they tell you that they could easily jail you, but they prefer that you work with them?
Correct.
Did they tell you that from now on you're going to do what we tell you to do?
Correct.
Did they ask you questions about your family members who lived in the People's Republic of China?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that they knew your address?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that there was no place for you to hide?
Yes, they did.
Did they release you after 11 hours of questioning?
Yes, they did.
Did you take a cab and go back to your office?
I came back to my office and drive my own car home.
And did you meet with them a second time on October 27th of 2020?
Yes.
Did they contact you by WeChat?
Yes.
Did they tell you to bring your GV shares certificate with you to meet with them?
Yes, they did.
Did you take your G certificates with you?
Yes, I did.
Did they take the certificates from you?
Yes, they did.
And did they tell you during that meeting that the investment was all bogus and that you will lose your money?
Mr. Finkel said, I object to that.
The court said, overruled. Continue.
Can you repeat?
Did they tell you that you were going to lose all your money because GV Investments was all bogus?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that you were wrong to delete your Twitter?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that you could not delete your Twitter anymore?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that you could not talk to anybody if they contacted you from outside the People's Republic of China?
Yes, they did.
And did they tell you that if anybody did try to contact you, you had to tell the National Security Police about that contact immediately?
Yes.
Did the National Police contact you again on November 30th?
Yes.
Was this the third time that you met with them?
Yes.
During the November 30th meeting, did they tell you that you committed a crime?
The first time they did already told me that I was committing a crime.
And what crime had you committed?
Investment in the hostile organization that's trying to overtake the national government.
Did they tell you if Guo took your money?
They said Guo Wangui defraud me of my money.
Did they tell you to do legal research about American law?
Mr. Finkel said, Objection, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. Continue.
Can you repeat?
Did they tell you to research American law?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you to file a lawsuit against Mr. Guo?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that Mr. Guo took your money to eat, drink, play, have fun, ride luxury cars, and enjoy himself in the sun?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that he was doing all of this with your money?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you to contact Dodo and use Dodo website to file a complaint against Mr. Guo?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you you had to try and get your money back?
Yes, they did.
And did they tell you that you had to think about it and they would be back in contact with you within a very few days?
Yes.
Did they then contact you on December 4th of 2020?
Yes.
On December 4th, did they tell you to send a letter about GV investments?
Yes.
Did they tell you to write to the GV Investment Committee and ask for a withdrawal of all of your investment?
Yes.
Did they draft a letter and ask you to sign it?
What letter am I supposed to sign?
Did they ask you to write a letter to the esteemed Investment Committee of GDV?
Yes, they did.
And did they tell you to write that you were seeking return of your entire investment of 180,000 United States dollars?
Yes, they did.
Did they make you draft a letter in front of them?
Yes.
And did they tell you to write the same letter so that you could get your investment in G Dollar and G Club back?
Yes.
Did they want you to wait for instructions from them before mailing those letters out?
Yes.
And did they tell you that you would require to take photos of the letters that you sent out and send the photos to the police?
Yes.
The next time you met with them was January 8th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during your January 8th meeting, they told you that they were going to get you a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
They asked you to get your own lawyer, and you told them you had no money to hire a lawyer?
Correct.
And they said that they would get a lawyer for you and pay that lawyer's fee, correct?
Correct.
They said that they would find ways to apply and pay either part or all of the legal fees.
Yes.
Did they then tell you that you were to meet with them again and bring your computer with you with a VPN installed?
Yes.
Did they make you write a document detailing all of your investments in G-Series?
Yes.
And did it take you 3 days to write such a letter and send it to them?
Yes.
Did they give you the email addresses of where to send those letters?
Yes.
And did you send those letters to those email addresses?
Yes.
And did they tell you that if you did not get a reply by Sunday, January 10th, you were to email them again and show them a tough attitude?
Yes.
Did you meet with them again on January 14th of 2021?
Yes.
At that time, did you bring with your computer with the VPN installed?
Yes.
Did they then ask you to use your computer and show them the complaints that you had been forced to file?
Yes.
Were these legitimate complaints, Mr. E?
The interpreter said, interpreter request repetition from counsel.
Were these legitimate complaints, Mr. E?
No, that was not my intention.
Let me show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 60704. Do you recognize this document? Not to the jury, please.
The interpreter said, Your Honor, interpreter cannot see my screen.
Yes, that is my report.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, the defense moves to admit 60,704 into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60704, received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
Is this the complaint that you filed?
Yes.
Was the complaint truthful? Can we scroll down, please, and the jury has it? Let's just keep scrolling down. Who told you what to say in this complaint?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled.
Do I need to continue answering?
The court said yes. Go ahead.
When I fill this report, I opened Dodo teaching of reporting, how to report, and there were few police sitting right next to me. I fill the form according to their instructions, every word.
Was the complaint in your mind truthful?
The data was correct.
And if you could scroll down, please, and down. This portion where there is a description of the incident. Was that portion correct or truthful?
Regarding the data in the complaint that were accurate.
Where you said that you suspected G dollar and G series of financial fraud, was that truthful?
The description was not accurate.
And did you file this complaint with the FBI?
Yes.
And did you file the exact same complaint with the Attorney General?
Yes, the Office of Attorney General of New York.
With whom else did you file this complaint?
The court said, Ms. Schroff lead.
Did you file this complaint with the New York Times?
I emailed the New York Times to report this, and the contents were pretty much similar.
And you also did that with the Wall Street Journal, correct?
Correct.
And the National Security Police told you to do that, correct?
Correct.
And you did it because that was the only way for you to protect yourself and your family?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
Correct.
The court said, overruled.
At that time, did you have a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a lawyer now?
Yes, I do.
Is he in the courtroom for you today?
Yes.
Did you hire the first lawyer that was given to you while you were still in China?
No, it wasn't me.
Did you ever meet him?
No.
Were you asked to do anything in contact with that lawyer, the one they gave you in China?
No contact was allowed.
Let me show you what is marked only for the witness and the court and the government, DX 60700. Do you see this document, Mr. E?
Yes.
Were you required to sign it?
No.
Did you sign it at the end?
No.
And did there come a time when you saw this document? If I could show him page 2, please.
I did saw this document.
And when was that?
My current attorney sent it to me.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, I move 60,700 into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, I have a question. Sir, do you know where your current attorney received this document from? You don't have personal knowledge of that, do you?
The witness said, no, I don't.
Mr. Finkel said, authentication objection.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Can I show you page 2, please? Mr. E, did your present lawyer give this document to you?
Yes.
Did you use this document to then complain about this lawyer?
No.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Schrofa.
Do you recognize the document?
The document he showed me at that time has my signature on it, but I remember clearly I have never signed the document.
Okay. Did you hire a lawyer? Can I go back to the first page, please? Did you ever hire a lawyer named Arthur Angel?
This attorney was hired by the police from MSS.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, I think it's authenticated enough. I move to admit 60700.
The court said, I don't agree.
Ms. Schrofa said, Okay. Mr. E, did you meet with your lawyer, Mr. Ginsburg?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you meet with your lawyer, Peter?
Yes.
Where?
He came to my home the first time.
And did he tell you where he got this letter from?
This letter, he sent it to me by email.
And can you look at page 3 of the document? Whose signature is that?
I did not sign this document.
Okay, but did you get a copy of that with your signature on it?
Correct.
And did you tell a judge in this very building that that was not your signature?
Mr. Finkel said, object to that.
The court said, overruled.
This signature is my signature, but I did not sign this document.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Your Honor, this document is on a civil docket. It is authenticated by that method as well. And I renew my request that it be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, I'm happy to voir dire further.
The court said, go ahead.
Voir dire examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Sir, you don't know who created this document, correct?
I do not know.
And the only information you know about where this document is from is what your attorney told you. Correct?
Yes, this document was sent to me by my attorney.
And you don't? Mr. Finkel said, and could we go back? And this document is in English, correct, sir?
The interpreter said, Counsel, if you can speak up.
This document is in English, correct?
Ms. Schrofa said, is what?
Mr. Finkel said, in English.
Yes.
The court said, let's go to the first page. Do you recognize the first page of this document?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, let's go to page 2. Do you recognize the second page?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, is there a page 3? Do you recognize page 3?
The witness said, yes. What do you mean by recognize?
The court said, in other words, you said that this is not your real signature. But do you recall having seen this page that contains the fake signature?
The interpreter said, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
The court said, you have said this is not your real signature. But do you recall having seen this page with a fake signature?
The witness said, the first time I saw the signature, I know that was not my signature.
The court said, all right. It is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60700 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
Let me show you the first page. It says here that it's you and your wife who are hiring this lawyer. Correct?
Correct.
That was a false statement. Is that right?
It was not to say this was false. I did sign a power of attorney, but it was not this one.
Okay. Can you just, Mr. E, let me just scroll down, okay? And ask you if you wanted to have the $260,000 that you had invested returned back to you.
The interpreter said, Counsel, the interpreter would request repetition.
Okay. You see the highlighted portion there? Yes or no, Mr. E?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you did not want this money returned to you, correct?
Correct.
You want it to stay invested in the G series, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Schrofa said, and let's just scroll down. You know what? I'm okay with the rest of the document. I can move forward. Your Honor. Thank you. Did the lawyer ever send you a bill for any work that he did?
No.
And let me show you what is DX 60701. Do you recognize this document as a document you signed?
Yes, this document I signed.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Your Honor, the defense moves to admit the document into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60701 received in evidence.
This lawyer never called you, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to him, right?
No.
He filed a complaint against Miles Guo on your behalf, correct?
Yes.
And you never authorized the filing of that complaint voluntarily, correct?
Correct. I was coerced into signing my signature.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And let me move forward. If the jury has, it was published, right? Thank you. We can take that down. And let me ask you something, Mr. E. Did there come a time when you left China?
Correct.
When was that?
I left on November 5th, 2022.
Did you leave China, go to Macau, from Macau, go to Dubai, and from Dubai, come to the United States?
Correct.
Was your wife with you?
Correct.
And the rest of your family also traveled with you?
Correct.
Did you then move to Washington, D.C.?
I moved to Virginia.
I'm sorry. Okay, Virginia. Did you then from Virginia contact that lawyer named Arthur Rangel?
Correct.
Did you send him an email and tell him to stop representing you in all cases of GDV and other investments in New York?
Correct.
The court said, "One moment. You may continue."
Ms. Shrofa said, "Do you want me to repeat the question?" Oh, I think he answered yes, right?
The court said, "He answered your last question."
The witness said, "I already answered your question."
Ms. Shrofa said, "Sorry about that, Mr. E.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Did you tell anyone else that you wanted this lawyer to stop representing you?"
Correct.
Let me show you what's marked as DX60695. Do you see this document?
Yes.
And did you write it?
Correct.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Your Honor, we move the document into evidence at this time."
Mr. Finkel said, "Sir, you wrote this document in English?"
The witness said, "I wrote this document and sent it to the judge."
Mr. Finkel said, "Objection."
The court said, "You wrote the document?"
The witness said, "Correct."
The court said, "It is admitted."
Defendant's Exhibit 60695 received in evidence.
The court said, "Counsel, would you step up for a moment?"
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, "Does anyone know whether Mr. Rangel was disciplined in connection with this?"
Ms. Shrofa said, "I know that there was a complaint filed against him." Mr. Rangel took the position that he had done nothing wrong, that he in fact had been deceived by the intermediary. This is all that I know secondhand, but I think Mr. Ginsburg and Mr. Kamraju know more. I'm a latecomer.
Mr. Finkel said, "We spoke to Mr. Angel. That's his understanding, is that he was operating through an intermediary and was following the client's direction. It's unclear exactly what happened behind the intermediary."
Ms. Shrofa said, "Your Honor, it would be an ethical violation to file a single document on the word of an intermediary. The law does not allow that."
Mr. Finkel said, "I assume Ms. Schroff is not getting into that."
Ms. Shrofa said, "No."
The court said, "I raise this because I have an obligation to go to the disciplinary committee if I see this sort of misconduct. So there's already been a complaint."
Ms. Shrofa said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "All right. Thank you."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
In open court.
The court said, "You may continue."
By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. E., this document is written in English, right?
Yes.
And you told the jury you wrote it, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell them how you wrote it?
How do I wrote it?
Yes. Do you write in English?
Yes.
Okay. And you sent it to the judge, Judge Clark, right? Ms. Shrofa said, "I'll move forward, Your Honor." I think that the letter actually does speak for itself. So if I could just have the jury have a minute to review it, I can move forward.
The court said, "Go ahead."
Did there come a time, Mr. E., that you did in fact get a new lawyer?
After this, yes, I did find a new attorney.
Now, Mr. E., I showed you a set of documents today in court, correct? Have I ever gone over those documents with you?
Yes, you showed me before.
Okay. And was your lawyer there when I showed you this document?
Are you talking about the previous attorney?
No. I'm saying I never. Let me ask you again. Did I, Sabrina, ever show you any of these documents?
No.
Okay. And have I ever met with you without your lawyer being present?
No.
And how many times have I met with you along with your lawyer?
Twice.
Mr. E., do you feel safe living in the United States today?
Not completely safe.
And could you tell the jury why?
Mr. Finkel said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may go ahead."
Because the police and other force from the Chinese government exist in United States.
On January 25th or 26th of 2023, did you give an interview in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Did you talk about what the CCP had done to you?
Mainly about the CCP and the police from MSS. How did they interrogate me?
Mr. E., did you invest $180,000 in GDV?
Correct.
Did you ever voluntarily want that money back?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, "You may answer."
I do not want this money back.
Did you invest in H dollar?
Are you referring to G dollar?
If you invested in G dollar, how much did you invest?
$30,000.
The interpreter said, "Excuse me, Your Honor." He asked the interpreter to help him turn up the volume. Give me a second. We may proceed.
$30,000.
Did you buy a G Club membership?
Yes.
And did you buy a G Club membership because you came to the United States as an adult and you wanted the camaraderie, friendship, and services that G Clubs offered?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, I have nothing further.
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Sir, you're a follower of Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
The court said, Mr. Finkel, speak into the microphone.
Mr. Finkel said, yes, Your Honor. You're a follower of Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
Sitting here today, you're a follower of Miles Guo, correct?
Are you talking about as a follower? Yes.
And you're a member of the D.C. Farm, right? Washington, D.C. Farm?
Previously, for a long period of time, yes. Currently, no.
Okay. And you participated in protests, correct?
I've participated in some protests.
Mr. Finkel said, could we pull up GXCO 400, please? This is a picture of you, right, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers GXCO 400.
The court said, sir, there are two individuals. Actually, there are four individuals in this photograph. Which one is you?
Mr. Finkel said, you're in the white hat, right, sir?
The witness said, correct.
Ms. Schrofa said, there are three people in a white hat.
Mr. Finkel said, you're in the white hat with a green scarf, correct, sir?
The witness said, correct.
The court said, so you're the second from the left, is that it?
The witness said, correct.
The court said, all right. It is admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Government's Exhibit CO 400 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
And this is you participating in a protest outside the Capitol building, right?
Correct.
And you were protesting the SEC, right?
Yes.
And this was a farm protest, correct? Organized by the farm?
Correct.
And you're wearing a new federal state of China hat, right, sir?
Yes.
And that's Miles Guo's organization, New Federal State of China, right?
That I don't know.
You don't know that Miles Guo founded the New Federal State of China?
That I know.
And you're wearing a New Federal State of China hat, right, sir?
Yes.
And the star on your hat is a seven-sided star, correct?
Yes.
And that represents Brother 7, Miles Guo, right?
This protest was organized, initiated by our farm.
Right. And the star on your hat has 7 points, correct?
Correct.
And it's a 7-pointed star because it represents Miles Guo, who calls himself Brother 7, correct?
You cannot understand like that.
And you gave an interview to Infest CTV during this protest, correct?
No.
This is you being asked questions by this gentleman on the left in the hood, correct?
This is our own farm's live stream.
And you were being interviewed by your farm's live stream, correct?
Correct.
And you told the farm live stream that the SEC is colluding with the Chinese Communist Party, right?
I did not say that.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. The letter that, well, withdrawn. Sir, you have an attorney named Peter Ginsburg, correct?
Correct.
And he represents you with respect to this matter, right?
Correct.
And you also have an attorney in your immigration case. Isn't that right?
What attorney? Yes.
And his name is Yongbing Zhang, correct?
Zhang Yongbing.
Mr. Finkel said, and we could pull up GX 121. This is your immigration attorney, right?
Correct.
And you met with him along with Mr. Guo's attorneys, correct?
Ms. Schrofa said, could the government clarify which of Mr. Guo's attorneys he's talking about?
The court said, Mr. Finkel?
Mr. Finkel said, yes.
When I was meeting this attorney, Mr. Guo's attorney was not there.
On May 19th, you had a meeting with this gentleman and Mr. Guo's former attorneys, correct?
I do. I cannot be certain whether he was Mr. Guo's former attorney.
Did you have a meeting with this man, Mr. Yongbing Zhang, and other attorneys in which you described what happened to you in China?
Yes.
And so Mr. Zhang was present for that, correct?
He was.
And Mr. Zhang, you know he's an associate of Miles Guo. He's a follower of Miles Guo too, right?
I know.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down and put up CO 419, just for the witness. The man on the left in the red jacket, that's your immigration attorney, right?
Correct.
And the man in the center with the sunglasses, that's Miles Guo, right?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers CO 419.
Ms. Shrofa said, we have no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit CO 419 received in evidence.
And so, sir, this is a photograph of Miles Guo in the center of the table, right?
Ms. Shrofa said, I believe that's asked and answered.
Mr. Finkel said, the jury didn't see it.
Ms. Shrofa said, the man with the sunglasses is in the middle.
The court said, so that's Miles Guo with the sunglasses in the middle, right?
The witness said, yes, Mr. Guo was in the middle. By Mr. Finkel.
Right. And on the left in the red coat, that's your immigration attorney, Mr. Zhang, right?
Correct.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can take that down. Or actually, sorry. Could you put that back up, CO 419? Sorry about that. And the man on the left in the gray, with the sort of buzz cut, that's Long Island David, right?
Correct.
Mr. Finkel said, take that down. If we could put up CO 418 just for the witness. The man on the left, that's your immigration attorney, correct, Mr. Zhang?
Yes.
And the man in the center, that's Long Island David, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers CO 418.
Ms. Shrofa said, may I, Your Honor?
The court said, go ahead.
Voir dire examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. E, have you ever seen this photo?
I don't recall.
Did you take it?
No. It was not me.
Ms. Shrofa said, I could object, but it's fine. I don't mind.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit CO 418 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, if we could publish it, please, Ms. Loftus. Thank you.
By Mr. Finkel.
Sir, now that we can see it on the left, that's your immigration attorney, Mr. Zhang, right? And in the center is Long Island David, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of NFSC Speaks, correct?
I do.
That's a program where they talk about Miles Guo's criminal case, correct? NFSC Speaks?
I don't know what they were discussing.
Well, you're aware of NFSC Speaks, right?
I don't know what this logo is.
I'm not asking about the logo. Sir, NFSC Speaks is a program, right? It's a broadcast on Twitter. Correct?
Could you repeat that again? An F what?
NFSC, the new federal state of China, speaks. It's a broadcast on Twitter, correct?
I only know an FSC.
NFSC does broadcasts on Gear as well?
Yes, they would post Getter.
And Mr. Zhang, your immigration attorney, he appears on some of those NFSC broadcasts, right?
I could not be certain.
Well, you know Mr. Zhang comments about the criminal trial and evidence that he wishes would be introduced at the trial. Right?
I don't know.
You know Mr. Zhang is Mr. Guo's immigration attorney also, right?
I do not know.
You know Mr. Zhang has been getting nightly transcripts of this trial?
I do not know.
Mr. Finkel said, just one moment, please. We can take that down. Now, sir, your decision to invest in GTV, you made that decision after listening to Miles Guo's broadcasts. Correct?
That was not the main reason.
But you listened to Miles Guo's broadcasts, right?
Yes.
And Miles Guo's broadcasts discussed GTV, correct?
Could you repeat that question?
Miles Guo, in his broadcasts, he talked about GTV.
Yes.
You heard those broadcasts, correct?
I heard some.
He gives a lot of broadcasts, right?
He frequently talk about those matters during live stream.
And Miles Guo also talks about G clubs in his broadcasts, correct?
Yes, he mentioned.
And you listen to those broadcasts too, correct?
Yes, I heard.
And you believe in Miles Guo, right?
I do.
You trust Miles Guo.
I do.
You want to help Miles Guo, right?
Correct, but more like helping myself.
And in addition to helping yourself, you want to help Miles Guo, right?
Ms. Shrofa said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Correct.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said, redirect?
Redirect examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. E, let me pull up for you, if I may, CO 419, please. I think that's what the government showed you. You see that photograph that they showed you?
Yes.
And you see the man in red? They've asked you questions about him?
Correct.
Does he send you nightly trial transcripts?
No.
When you came to the United States, did you need help with getting asylum here?
Correct.
Did he help you get asylum?
Yes.
Did your asylum application get filed because of him?
Correct.
Do you have asylum now?
I have work authorization card. I have social security number. I think that counts.
Thank you. Mr. E, do you see this man seated here with white hair in the front row right there?
Yes.
Who is that?
My current attorney.
And what's his name?
Peter something. I usually refer him as Peter.
And was this man in the red coat with Peter when Peter was preparing you for your testimony today?
He was not. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did Peter and this man in the red coat ever meet together with you about this case for which you are here today?
They did not meet me at the same time together.
Ever. Ever, right?
Never.
I've never met you with the man in this red jacket, right?
No.
And Peter Ginsburg has never been in a video with Miles Guo, right?
No.
Now when the prosecutor asked you these questions about trusting and helping Miles Guo, you said, I also did it to help myself, correct?
I want to help myself more.
And how would you like to help yourself, Mr. E?
First, my biggest goal is to overthrow the CCP. Because I filed a false claim. I have to clarify the truth.
And I'm assuming your other goal is to be happy, right, Mr. E?
Correct.
Ms. Shrofa said, I have nothing further.
The court said, recross?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, thank you, sir. You may step out of the courtroom.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the defense may call its next witness.
Ms. Shrofa said, yes, Your Honor. In defense of Mr. Miles Guo, we call Paul Doran.
Witness sworn.
Ms. Shrofa said, good morning, Mr. Doran.
The court said, sir, if you would please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, yes. My name is Paul Doran. That's spelled D-O-R-A-N. Is that better? Shall I repeat that? Okay. It's D-O-R-A-N.
The court said, so sir, I'll need you to speak right into the microphone.
The witness said, okay. Paul Doran, called as a witness by the defendant, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. Doran, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living.
I'm a corporate risk advisor or corporate risk manager.
And could you tell us, please, what does that mean in real life?
Essentially what I do is I advise corporations and high net worth individuals or sometimes NGOs or non-profit organizations in how to protect themselves from hostile activity. And that hostile activity could be from interference by foreign governments, or it could be terrorism, or it could be criminal activity.
Mr. Doran, how long have you been a corporate risk management professional?
I've been doing this for about 25 years.
And could you tell the jury, please, how did you get started doing this line of work?
So I have an advanced degree in intelligence and international relations from a university in the UK, which I obtained in the mid-90s. I then worked for a London-based international risk consulting business which advised companies and individuals on the kind of matters that I've just described. I then worked in public sector for the British government in foreign intelligence. After that, I held a series of increasingly senior security and intelligence roles within a number of multinational companies.
including US companies, and most recently I have founded and I'm currently running my own consulting business.
Where's your consulting business located, Mr. Doran?
It's located in London.
Mr. Doran, you're going to have to let me finish the question.
I apologize.
And please, could you use that microphone because I'm a little hard of hearing?
The court said, "Yes, just bring that as close as possible to your mouth."
The witness said, "Okay."
All right. Where is your company located?
My company is based in London, UK.
And could you just very briefly tell us about your education?
So I have 2 degrees, a degree in modern languages, and an advanced degree in international relations and intelligence from the University of Salford in the UK.
Mr. Doran, the clients at your company, where do they draw from?
They could be US clients, they could be European, really global client base.
And is it fair to say that your clients are not just companies, but also NGOs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how about individuals? Do you help individuals?
I do.
Now tell us, please, in advising your clients. Do you assess the risk associated with different nations in this world?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us, please, which countries you focus on and why?
So the list would include People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, Venezuela, and Cuba.
And why did you pick these countries upon which to focus?
These countries generally act in international affairs in a way which is not generally respectful of international norms and laws and standards. They operate according to their own principles. And often that's in conflict with what we might call democratic norms that we enjoy in the United Kingdom or the United States.
What type of governments do all of these countries have in common?
The common thread which runs through all of those countries is that, to a greater or lesser extent, they are all run by one-party dictatorships, by totalitarian governments which do not allow democratic expression in those countries.
And how do these countries respond to exertion of influence from outside of their borders?
These countries are very sensitive to criticism or any kind of challenge that they may receive from disgruntled citizens within their own borders and also foreign critics or their citizens who may happen to live abroad.
Mr. Doran, do these factors matter in the work you do as a risk assessment manager?
Yes. They are absolutely of primary importance.
And could you tell the jury why that is?
For countries like the People's Republic of China, to take that as the example, a number of my clients have been critical of the Chinese government or the Chinese Communist Party. They've been advocating for freedom and democracy in China and human rights. Or they've been involved in disputes with Chinese government entities. And in that case, the Chinese government takes a very hostile view of that kind of challenge to its authority and its power. And they often use the levers of state power to victimize and target my clients.
What is the People's Republic of China's view towards dissent?
People's Republic of China absolutely will not tolerate dissent.
Mr. Doran, in your work, is the People's Republic of China one of the main focal countries?
It's perhaps the most focal country.
And could you tell the jury why?
Since 2012, since the ascent of Xi Jinping as President of China, or Dictator of China, China's external actions have become much more aggressive than they were previously. The Chinese government and the CCP regularly use its Ministry of Foreign Affairs, its police, and its intelligence agencies to intimidate and coerce Chinese dissidents overseas, including some who have been my client.
Mr. Doran, how much of your work involves protecting individuals and corporations from the hostilities of the People's Republic of China?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Asked and answered.
I would judge about.
The court said, overruled.
I would judge about 50%, although that number is growing.
And could you just describe your experience as it relates to the security threats posed by the PRC?
Do you mean my personal experiences?
And professional.
Yeah. So I have lived and worked in China in a sensitive commercial position, and while I worked there, I was absolutely sure that all of my phone calls were listened to. I was sure that my emails were being read clandestinely, without my knowledge, permission. I know that agents of the Chinese government from time to time entered my apartment while I wasn't there. There were signs that they'd been intruding. And they also tried to recruit me as a spy for the Ministry of State Security.
Mr. Doran, does your experience also include training in the structure and operations of the Chinese Communist Party, which is the CCP?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us, please, what is the correlation between the CCP and the PRC?
So the People's Republic of China is the name which the country of China has had since 1949, when the Communist Party emerged victorious in the Chinese Civil War. And they renamed the country the People's Republic of China on the basis that they are a Marxist, Leninist party. A communist party. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, is the sole legal party in China. It dominates every aspect of political, economic, social, cultural life there. And it jealously guards its monopoly on power. You could say that the Chinese state is the CCP. And the CCP is the Chinese state.
Mr. Doran, does your experience include the methods in which the PRC government targets its critiques?
Yes.
And what does that matter? Why does this matter in your line of work?
It matters because my clients are often subject to very coercive or intimidatory tactics by Chinese government agencies. And knowing how they operate, I can advise my clients on how to take measures to reduce that risk or mitigate that risk.
Mr. Doran, do you have experience with something called Operation Fox Hunt?
I do.
Now, just at a very general level for now, what is Operation Fox Hunt?
Operation Fox Hunt is a global intelligence program directed from the top of the Chinese bureaucracy by President Xi and implemented by the Chinese police and intelligence agencies. Its purpose is to surveil, harass, coerce, persecute Chinese dissidents outside China to persuade them to renounce their activities, which may be pro-democracy, for example, or to return to China to face trial, or, if neither of those things are possible, to pressure them into committing suicide.
Mr. Doran, why does Operation Fox Hunt matter in your line of work?
Operation Fox Hunt matters in my line of work because I have a number of clients who have been targeted by Operation Fox Hunt activities. And my job has been to work with those clients to help them reduce the risk that they face and to enjoy some degree of security in their lives outside China.
Mr. Doran, have you been retained by Mr. Guo as an expert in this matter?
I've been retained by Mr. Guo's counsel.
And did Mr. Guo's counsel compensate you for your work here as an expert?
I am receiving professional fees.
And do you know by now how much money you've been paid for your expert work here?
I could give you an approximate figure in British pounds, which is around 15,000 British pounds.
And those 15,000 British pounds, do they go to you or to someone else?
They go to me. That's my fee.
And are your expenses included in this 15,000 pounds?
Yes.
Mr. Doran, are your expenses included in the 15,000?
You mean my hotel fare, hotel bill and, no, they're not included, no.
You want to correct your first answer?
Yes, I correct that, yes.
Okay. And does your testimony here depend on whether or not we pay your bill?
No, not at all.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, at this time we would like to have Mr. Doran qualified as an expert on the People's Republic of China, the CCP, and...
Mr. Finkel said, May I inquire on just two issues?
The court said you may.
Voir dire examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Sir, what is the PLA?
People's Liberation Army.
And that's the army for what government?
That's the Chinese military.
And so the PLA is under the control of the CCP, is that correct?
It's under the control of the Central Military Commission, which is controlled by the CCP.
And who sits at the head of the Central Military Commission?
Xi Jinping.
And so the PLA works for President Xi, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, No objection.
The court said, He is so qualified.
Ms. Shrofa said, Thank you.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Okay, Mr. Doran, tell the jury, what is the People's Republic of China, very briefly?
So the People's Republic of China is the term that's used to describe the country of China since 1949. Before that it was just called China, or the Republic of China. But when the Communist Party was victorious in the Chinese Civil War, it renamed the country the People's Republic of China.
And is the CCP the sole political power in the People's Republic of China?
Yes, it is.
And what does the CCP control?
So the CCP is a totalitarian organization. It directs all political life, it directs all economic life. It directs what citizens can see, what they can read, what they can believe, how they can assemble. It controls cultural life, so it acts as the censor for what's permissible art and what's not permissible art. So essentially it's a one-party state that governs China in an exclusive fashion.
Is it fair to say that one should use China, the People's Republic of China, and CCP interchangeably?
That's permissible.
Tell us, please, who is Xi Jinping?
Xi Jinping is, in my view, the dictator of China. Officially, he is the president of China and the Secretary General of the Chinese Communist Party.
All right. Well, I'm going to just show you the government and the court what is marked as Defense Exhibit 60692. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's President Xi Jinping.
Ms. Shrofa said, the defense moves 60692 into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, 401 objection.
The court said, it's admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60692 received in evidence.
Where do you recognize the gentleman from?
International media.
And who is he?
He is the President of China, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party.
Ms. Shrofa said, and is it published to the jury? Thank you. So I can have that taken down. And you can tell the jury, what is the Chinese Ministry of Public Security?
The Chinese Ministry of Public Security is the official government body which controls all police activity in China and internationally. It's divided into a number of different bureaux or different offices, and for example, the first bureau is what you would call the political police or the national security police. That bureau is essentially the Chinese Gestapo. It's the...
I'm going to stop you there just for a minute, Mr. Doran. And first I'm going to show you an exhibit, which is 60,691. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Who is that?
That's Wang Xiaohong.
And what is his position?
He is the Minister of Public Security.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, the defense moves 60691 in evidence.
Voir dire examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Have you met this man in person?
No.
So you don't know if that's a fair and accurate photograph of him?
I do know.
You've never seen him in person?
No, but I recognize the photograph.
Have you seen him in person?
I haven't seen him in person.
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, it is admitted. Go ahead.
Defendant's Exhibit 60691 received in evidence. By Ms. Shrofa.
All right. So tell the jury who this man is.
He is the Minister of Public Security.
And what is the Ministry of Public Security?
As I mentioned, the Ministry of Public Security is the Chinese government body or agency which controls all police and law enforcement activity in China and its law enforcement activities overseas. But it's also what you might call the secret police, the Chinese Gestapo, which its purpose is essentially to identify and eliminate threats to the Chinese Communist Party.
Is there an acronym for the Ministry of Public Security?
MPS.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. What is the Ministry of State Security?
So the Ministry of State Security is China's intelligence agency. I think as a useful analogy, the closest equivalent in the United States would be the Central Intelligence Agency.
And who is the head of the Ministry of State Security?
Head of the Ministry of State Security is Chen Isin.
And let me show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit 60689. Have you met this man in person?
Not in person.
Do you know who he is?
Yes, that's Chen Isin.
Is that an accurate photograph of the person?
I believe it to be.
Ms. Shrofa said, all right. So I would move 60689 into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60689 received in evidence.
Ms. Shrofa said, does the jury have it?
By Ms. Shrofa.
Okay. Give me the guy's name one more time.
It's Jennison.
Thank you. Is the Ministry of State Security also referred to by an acronym?
Yes, it's commonly referred to as the MSS.
Ms. Shrofa said, all right. We can take that down. And you can tell the jury, what is 3PLA?
3PLA, or the Third Department of the General Staff of the People's Liberation Army, is. Or was until relatively recently when there was a reorganization. The Intelligence Wing or the Intelligence Department of the Chinese military.
And what is it responsible for?
So it's responsible, amongst other things, for cyber warfare, cyber espionage, and cyber subversion.
And what is cyber warfare, cyber espionage, and cyber submersion?
Subversion. So these are three terms of art, which I'll explain very briefly, if I may. Cyber warfare would be hostile activity in cyberspace against an enemy. So it would be things like sabotaging a nuclear power station through cyber activity or breaking controls on a dam to release water through hostile cyber activity. Cyber espionage uses much of the same tools and techniques, but its purpose is to gain information. Confidential information which is held on computer systems. And cyber subversion is the use of the internet and social media to sow disinformation and to create false or fake news stories with the purpose of advancing China's national security objectives.
Mr. Doran, could you tell the jury, what is the Information Support Force?
So the Information Support Force, which is recently created, is the body of the Chinese military which actually carries out those activities that I've just mentioned.
And what was it called before April of 2024?
Before April 2024, it was called the Strategic Support Force.
And who is the current head of Information Support Force?
Is Lieutenant General Lai Yi.
And let me show you Defense Exhibit 60688. Who is that?
That's Lieutenant General Lai Yi.
Ms. Shrofa said, and I move Defense Exhibit 60688 into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60688 received in evidence.
Mr. Doran, have you had any interactions with either the MPS or the MSS?
Yes, I've had interactions with both.
Mr. Finkel said, objection to relevance.
The court said, overruled.
Could you tell the jury what your interactions have been?
When I lived in China, as a foreign national and a national of a country, the United Kingdom, which China considers to be hostile or potentially hostile, I was subject to routine surveillance by Chinese intelligence agents. That included routine intercept of my telephone conversations and intercept of my emails and things like my internet browsing history. For example, I also know that Chinese agents, without my permission, entered my apartment and searched it several times. The MS, that was the MPS, in my view. And then the MSS, knowing my background as a former employee of the British government, approached me on 2 occasions to try to persuade me or coerce me into spying on their behalf.
Mr. Doran, if you were spying on their behalf, you wouldn't tell us today, correct?
If I were spying on their behalf, I'd probably be in prison by now.
Okay. Now, Mr. Doran, does the PRC hold elections?
Yes, but they are sham elections.
And what do you mean by sham elections?
So no candidate other than a candidate from the Chinese Communist Party or a bogus sham party created by the Communists will ever be elected to the National People's Congress in China.
And why is that?
Because the Chinese Communist Party believes it has a unique and sole right to govern China. And it cannot tolerate and will not tolerate any other political parties.
What is the fundamental mission of the CCP?
The fundamental mission of the CCP is to maintain itself in power.
For how long?
Indefinitely.
What is the CCP's views on free speech?
The
The CCP does not tolerate free speech.
Are the citizens of the People's Republic of China allowed to criticize the CCP?
They're not allowed to criticize the CCP.
Are they allowed to advocate political positions?
They can only advocate political positions which are consistent with the views of the CCP.
And what if they are opposite to the views of the CCP?
Then they would be treated as criminals.
What is the CCP's view of the Chinese citizen who supports democracy or free speech?
That they are a criminal and a traitor.
Are they also considered to be enemies of the state itself?
Yes, that's a good term to use.
Mr. Doran, what happens to the Chinese citizen who supports democracy?
A lot of different things can happen to them, but typically they would be thrown in prison after a show trial, or they could be disappeared into a black prison system, which is essentially being held incommunicado for an indefinite period of time.
Does it matter to the CCP from where those Chinese citizens support democracy and free speech? What countries they're located in?
It doesn't matter. The Chinese Communist Party demands the loyalty of every Chinese person. Every Chinese citizen, whether they're resident in the PRC or whether they reside abroad.
Mr. Doran, what does it mean when someone says it crosses Chinese Communist Party red lines?
So that would mean, let me take a step back. There are certain things and certain activities which the Chinese Communist Party cannot tolerate. And they would be their red lines, so that would be advocating for freedom of speech, advocating for representative democracy, advocating for religious freedom, advocating for the freedom of certain nationalities within China. Anything which goes against the official orthodoxy of the Chinese Communist Party.
Ms. Shrofa, please may we have DX Stip 001 pulled up for everyone. And if I could just have the first paragraph highlighted. And Mr. Doran, I'm going to ask you, please, to read the first paragraph that starts with, IT is hereby. Right above the numbered paragraph.
IT is hereby stipulated and agreed by the United States of America and Miles Guo, the defendant, through their attorneys of record that.
And if you could read paragraph 1.
The FBI has investigated individuals who, working at the direction of the government of the People's Republic of China,
The PRC government have engaged in an international campaign, known as Operation Fox Hunt, to coerce individuals located in the United States and elsewhere to return to China to face charges brought by the PRC government or to otherwise reach financial settlements with the PRC government.
Mr. Doran, could you tell the jury, what is Operation Fox Hunt?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Could you tell us the aspects of Operation Fox Hunt and what it entails?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered. This was all covered.
The court said, sustained.
What is a dirty tricks campaign run by Operation Fox Hunt?
Mr. Finkel said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Doran, are there specific or particular Chinese government agencies that conduct Operation Fox Hunt?
Yes, there are.
And could you tell the jury which government agencies those are?
So that would be the Ministry of Public Security as the lead agency, supported by the Ministry of State Security and by elements of the Chinese military.
Now earlier I showed you DX 60691. Ms. Shrofa said, if we could just pull that up again. And what is this gentleman's role in the processes or the work of the Operation Fox Hunt?
So Wang Xiaohong, as the Minister of Public Security, received instruction and receives instructions from President Xi to conduct Operation Fox Hunt.
And what relationship, if any, does he have to the direct workings of Operation Fox Hunt?
So as the head of the ministry, he has overall operational control of Operation Fox Hunt.
And what do you mean when you say operational control?
So he would direct resources, he would discuss targets, he would allocate priorities in terms of targets. And then he would delegate that operational work to his subordinates.
Mr. Doran, generally speaking, how large is the Operation Fox Hunt apparatus in the People's Republic of China?
Well, bearing in mind that as a totalitarian state, it's very opaque. But my professional judgment would be Operation Fox Hunt involves thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Chinese agents from either the MPS, the MSS, and other agencies, and it probably, in my view, has an unlimited budget.
Does it also include Chinese prosecutors and operatives?
Yes. So the Chinese procurator, which is the equivalent of the national prosecutor, who draw charges against the targets of Operation Fox Hunt. But you'd have to understand that for many of those charges, they're really bogus. They're charges which are laid in an exaggerated or false way, because the objective is to clamp down on dissent rather than to actually apprehend criminals.
Mr. Doran, in terms of intended targets, how wide or how large is the pool or the reach of Operation Fox Hunt?
Targets, probably thousands, if not tens of thousands.
And how does the CCP identify them, their targets?
So they have a very sophisticated global intelligence program, a monitoring program, that looks out for dissidents or activists around the world, particularly those who use social media or broadcast media, academics, for example, or people who can access mainstream media, and they look for people who have advocated for democracy and freedom in China. And they especially look for people who have exposed corruption at the senior levels of the Chinese Communist Party.
The court said, "All righty. It's now 11:29 and so we will take our half-hour break. Remember, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything from any source that touches upon the subject matter of this case."
Jury not present.
The court said, "Sir, you may step out of the courtroom."
Witness not present. Continued on next page.
The court said, "Please be seated. Is there anything before we resume at noon?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Just two brief things, Your Honor. 1. I understand that Mr. Doran was in the courtroom during a large part, about an hour or so, of Mr. Yi's testimony. I would just ask that the defense not have their witnesses wait in the courtroom. I don't think that's appropriate. And second, I counted 3 references to the Gestapo, and references to black sites and rendition and suicide, all of which I think are a bit far afield of what the court has permitted with respect to this particular witness. I didn't object because I didn't want to draw attention to it, but I think it's inappropriate for those sort of really overly prejudicial statements to be coming from, in particular, an expert witness in the context of this trial, given what the defense is attempting to use this witness for. So I just ask that that not continue, ask that Ms. Schroff not go down those lines, and, if necessary, that you instruct the witness not to use such terminology."
Mr. Kumraju said, "In terms of the first issue, Your Honor, we have not had any fact witnesses sit in the courtroom. It's obviously appropriate for an expert witness to observe testimony if it's relevant to their particular expert opinions or their testimony. So that's why Mr. Doran was here for Mr. Yi's testimony. But we have not and will not have any fact witnesses sitting in the courtroom during any trial testimony."
The court said, "And with regard to the second aspect?"
Mr. Kumraju said, "I'll let Ms. Schroff, it's Ms. Schroff's witness. I'll let her answer."
Ms. Schroff said, "I wasn't planning to follow up on it. He said what he said. I'm not planning to follow up on whether or not, half of China has committed suicide or anything like that. But what he said is what he said. I'm not planning to follow up. I actually didn't. We're just less scripted. So I don't quite know where he's going half the time, so I'm not going to follow up. I'm not being articulate. But I'm not going to go down the suicide road, if that's the government's concern. Record."
The court said, "So is there an application, Mr. Finkel?"
Mr. Finkel said, "We ask that that be stricken from the..."
Ms. Schroff said, "No. We would oppose that because that is what the CCP does. They drive people to suicide."
Mr. Finkel said, "So..."
Ms. Schroff said, "That is part and parcel of his testimony. It wasn't any information that we specifically geared him toward. That is what the expert says, and it should stand."
Mr. Finkel said, "It's the term Gestapo, which is a Nazi term. And just to be clear, Your Honor, we don't vouch for anything the CCP does. We're trying to just maintain the integrity of this trial. We're Assistant United States Attorneys enforcing U.S. law. And for a witness to say that the Gestapo is out to get Miles Guo is just not appropriate, given the issues that are before the court.
The court said, "My understanding is that it is his opinion that they use Gestapo-like tactics, and Ms. Schroff says she's not going to pursue the Gestapo theme or the suicide theme."
Ms. Schroff said, "I'm not going to mention the word Gestapo, suicide, or any such word again. And you know what? If the CCP employs Gestapo-like tactics, I think the Department of Justice may want that to stop. So it's good that it's out there."
Mr. Finkel said, "That's why the Department of Justice has investigated and prosecuted these crimes, as has been stipulated to, and Ms. Schroff, I think, knows that very well."
Ms. Schroff said, "And that's why we will bring that out, but I'm not going to touch Gestapo or suicide again."
The court said, "So I'm not going to strike his references to the Gestapo, the suicide, and the rendition. Anything further?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Just briefly, Your Honor. I assume Mr. Doran is not going to offer an opinion about the veracity of Mr. Yi's testimony. The defense said they weren't going to do that, but they had him sit in the courtroom. So I just want to make sure that's not going to happen."
Mr. Kamaraju said, "No. Mr. Doran is not going to offer any opinion on Mr. Yi's credibility or the truth of his testimony."
Mr. Finkel said, "That seems like a bit of a very specific answer."
The court said, "He's not going to be vouching for him, is that correct?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, "That's absolutely right."
Mr. Finkel said, "Is he going to comment about his testimony?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, "No. He's an expert viewing testimony about a CCP operation. He's not going to say anything about Mr. Yi did this or Mr. Yi's right or Mr. Yi's wrong. Experts sit in trials all the time to view testimony. But he is not, Your Honor, going to opine in any way on the credibility of Mr. Yi's testimony."
Mr. Finkel said, "So, Your Honor, I think this is an issue. What is he going to say about Mr. Yi's testimony?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Nothing. Nothing."
The court said, "He's not going to be commenting on Mr. E. correct?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Yeah, he's not going to use Mr. Yi's name once."
The court said, "Okay. Anything further?"
Mr. Finkel said, "No. Thank you, Your Honor."
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Not from us, Your Honor."
Ms. Schroff said, "Nothing further."
The court said, "All righty."
Recess. Afternoon session 12 p.m. Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Please have the jurors brought in."
The law clerk said, "Jury entering."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. And please remember, sir, you're still under oath."
By Ms. Schroff.
What is the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region?
So the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region is the former British colony of Hong Kong. It's a territory in southwest China. It was handed back to the People's Republic of China in 1997 under an international treaty between the United Kingdom and the PRC. And under the terms of that treaty, a certain way of life was supposed to be maintained in Hong Kong under something called One Country, Two Systems. And that meant that residents in Hong Kong could enjoy a greater degree of personal freedom. They could express political views that were not allowed in the PRC. And they could expect a fair and transparent justice system in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, over the last 3 to 4 years, perhaps longer than that, those freedoms have been eroded because the PRC government has broken its treaty obligations to the United Kingdom. And now, unfortunately, Hong Kong is no longer an oasis of democracy and freedom in China, but simply another part of China.
Mr. Doran, are threats to the family and people who are dissidents a common practice by the CCP?
Very common.
Is denial of education, work, or shelter also a common practice of the CCP?
Yes, it is.
How about spamouflage? What is that concept?
Spamouflage is a term that means the use of online and social media outlets Perhaps also broadcast or print media, YouTube, for example, to spread false or exaggerated and certainly defamatory information about a target. It is designed to denigrate the target, to ruin their reputation, to cast doubt on their ethics and integrity, to make them out to be bad people generally.
Mr. Doran, is it a common practice to seize and freeze assets so as to keep dissidents from speaking out?
Yes, it is. Assets and bank accounts in China are often frozen, and it sometimes has the unintended consequence of bank accounts in other countries being frozen as well.
Is the CCP likely to freeze a bank account or assets outside of the People's Republic of China if it knows of a dissident who is speaking out?
Mr. Finkel said, objection to the leading and calls for speculation.
The court said you may answer.
Yes. If I may just take a moment to describe how that process would work.
Mr. Finkel said, object to this description.
The court said you may answer.
Thank you. The process would be that a bank account in China or perhaps in Hong Kong would be frozen. For the dissident who lives outside China and is seeking a banking relationship here in the United States. For example, they may then subsequently find it difficult to open a bank account here or maintain a bank account because the compliance officers at the US bank would look at that freeze and say, okay, this guy or this person is a risk. We don't want them to be our client. Unfortunately, that often means that they don't do deep research into why those assets are being frozen. It's just much easier for the bank sometimes to dismiss account holders as a high risk without really knowing what the context of that freeze may have been.
Mr. Doran, does the CCP pressure host countries to return individuals to the People's Republic of China?
Yes, it does very much so.
How?
So it uses a number of diplomatic levers and other tools to pressure countries. So, for example, if I can give the example of countries like Cambodia or Thailand, there are others. Chinese government would threaten to withhold loans, for example. Or it might imply that bilateral relations would suffer if that country did not cooperate in returning dissidents to China.
What about vis-a-vis the United States or the United Kingdom?
So it's a bit more challenging for the Chinese authorities to do that because the US and the UK are less susceptible to that kind of diplomatic blackmail. But nevertheless, the Chinese authorities would threaten those countries with sanctions in an overt sense, and clandestinely or covertly they may conduct online cyber espionage or cyber subversion against those countries or individuals in those countries to pressure them to agree to Chinese demands.
What about the tactic of bringing false criminal accusations?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, can we have a brief sidebar?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar,
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, there's obviously a tension in the question about false accusations. And to the extent Ms. Schroff is inquiring about a false accusation of Chinese law, I think that would be in the scope of Your Honor's ruling as appropriate inquiry. The danger, and it's an ongoing danger from the government's perspective, is the implication subtly that this trial is a false accusation that's been influenced by the CCP. And in fact, the way this question came to be was about pressuring other countries, pressuring the US and UK. Mr. Doran said that the US and UK are not as susceptible, but can be susceptible to. I think he said sanctions or something like that are threatened. Immediately following that question, are there also false accusations of criminal conduct? And this is approaching, I think if not over the line, of what Your Honor ruled yesterday, that they can't imply, and having said many times they won't imply, because it is not true that this case is in any way, pressure or brought upon by the Chinese Communist Party, because that's not true.
The court said, I'd like you just to clarify your question and then just insert Chinese law.
Ms. Schroff said, That's fine, Your Honor. But the question on those factors is a different question than this one. There has in fact been pressure on those countries. The government knows. The prosecutor.
The court said, I understand that. I'm just saying for this particular question.
Ms. Schroff said, I'm happy to.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, this is a rare time I'm going to say something. Ms. Schroff is right. There has been pressure. It's stipulated to in part in our stipulation, but there's a difference between what's in the stipulation, what the parties have agreed to, what Your Honor has ruled, and using pressure to suggest that this is part of that pressure campaign, because it's not.
The court said, I really don't believe that they have gotten there. I know that it's a sensitive issue, but...
Ms. Schroff said, I'm not trying to go there honestly.
Mr. Kamraju said, and I will commit again, we have no intention of making that argument at summation. I can commit to that since I'm the one doing it.
The court said, I completely never expected it. It's not something that we have to worry.
Mr. Finkel said, I certainly understand, Your Honor. We appreciate that promise. But still we're very concerned for obvious reasons trying to protect our case, that there's even just subtle implications to allow the jury to draw an inference. And that's what we're trying to police against.
Ms. Schroff said, Tell me what is the next question you want me to ask?
Mr. Finkel said, Next is no further questions.
The court said, I just ask you not to address him. Address me.
Ms. Schroff said, Your Honor, tell me, please, if I may, how would you like me to clean that up? Were the false accusations? I just want to reword it correctly. The false criminal accusations were brought in China or under China law.
Mr. Finkel said, False accusations were under China law.
Mr. Kamraju said, May I suggest this? I think he said yes, there are false accusations. Could Ms. Schroff just ask? When you just testified about false accusations, were you referring to false accusations by the Chinese government?
The court said, false accusations about violations of Chinese law.
Mr. Finkel said, I think at this point we could just move on. The government has made its point. I understand Ms. Schroff is not going any further, and we can just move on.
The court said, no need to ask anything further.
Ms. Schroff said, okay.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, you may continue.
By Ms. Schroff.
Has the CCP also been known to abuse Interpol red notices?
Yes, it frequently does so.
How about the use of surveillance and hacking of the target or the target's family and colleagues?
Yes, that's a common tactic.
And how is that put into play?
So do you refer to hacking?
You can start with either surveillance or hacking.
So that would include the deployment of undercover Chinese agents who would conduct surveillance of the target. The target being the dissident, that would include physical surveillance. It might also include telephone intercept. Illegal telephone intercept if it's carried out outside China without the knowledge or permission of the host government. It might also include illegal or improper access to email through the use of spyware which would be unintentionally uploaded to the target devices, for example.
How about the use of physical intimidation and beatings?
Yes, that has occurred as well.
What about kidnapping or other such acts?
Kidnap has certainly been used as a tactic in Operation Fox Hunt.
What about the filing of false lawsuits? Could you tell the jury how Fox Hunt employs that tactic?
So one aspect of Fox Hunt, and this is related to Interpol red notices as well, is that the victim may be accused of crimes in China, which are either false accusations or grossly exaggerated accusations related to something relatively trivial or minor. They then issue a Interpol red notice, which you'll understand is an international document designed to enable cooperation between police forces. So if a subject of a red notice is a resident in the United States, there is by the Interpol guidelines and regulations an obligation on the United States to arrest that person. But my view is that the Chinese government, the CCP, routinely abuses that system.
In your expert opinion, Mr. Doran, are there actual legitimate red notices issued by the CCP?
Yes.
And how does the CCP choose its targets for Operation Fox Hunt?
It chooses its targets based on the perceived threat to the legitimacy, prestige, and monopoly on power of the Chinese Communist Party.
And who is included within that target group?
So included in that target group would be a range of people. But it would typically include people who advocate for democracy in China, advocate for the overthrow of the Chinese Communist Party, make criticism of individual senior members of the Chinese Communist Party, people who advocate for freedom for religious minority, for example.
How about people who either mock or just make fun of the CCP leaders?
Yes, that's also the case. A good example of that was recently in Cambodia, where a young man who made derogatory cartoons portraying President Xi as a teddy bear, as a panda bear. He was added to the fox hunt list.
How about individuals with large social media followings?
In my professional view, individuals with large social media followings are particularly sensitive targets for the Chinese authorities in Operation Fox Hunt because they have influence amongst the Chinese expatriate or diasporate community. They have a platform on which to share their views and advocate for their views. So they're not just acting in isolation. They're advocating to a large constituency of people.
Mr. Doran, does the CCP employ these tactics against its critics both inside and outside of the People's Republic of China?
Yes, it does.
And could you give us some examples of how it has done so outside the People's Republic of China?
So here in the United States, I think it's a matter of record that undeclared MSS agents have traveled to the United States with the intention of pressuring individuals, dissidents here, to return to China under threat of violence or harm to their families. In terms of specific examples outside the United States, I've mentioned the cartoonist in Cambodia. I could also mention that in 2021 a gentleman called Jianhu Yi, who is resident in British Columbia in Canada, he committed suicide, and the Canadian authorities are strongly investigating the links to Operation Fox Hunt. They believed he was pressured into that suicide by...
Mr. Doran, let me redirect your attention to the United States. And if you could tell us what the United States is doing about Operation Fox Hunt?
So the United States government, along with many other Western governments, take Operation Fox Hunt as a very serious threat to national security. The DOJ and the FBI have something called the Transnational Repression Program within their counterintelligence remit. And that specifically is to protect the rights of Chinese citizens, resident in China or U.S. passport holders. U.S. citizens who are naturalized from China, to protect them from the kind of activities that I've described by the Chinese police and intelligence agencies.
Mr. Doran, did you say transnational repression or suppression?
Repression.
Are you familiar with what the DOJ has done in response to Operation Fox Hunt?
Yes. I've read various complaints that have been published by the DOJ relating to Operation Fox Hunt activities in the U.S.
Where in the U.S.?
In New York, but also in California.
Sitting here today, do you recall which actions the DOJ has brought in either the Eastern District of New York or in California?
I know that the DOJ has indicted a number of Chinese intelligence officers and also U.S. citizens who've been involved in acting as undeclared agents for the Chinese government in terms of seeking the extradition to China of dissident resident in the United States.
Are there Fox Hunt activities outside of the United States in countries such as Canada?
Yes, there are. As I mentioned earlier, there's an example.
I'm going to just... give me 1 second. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that when you talk about Canada, your scope sort of is a little bit defined. Could you just tell the jury if there was a matter where the individuals were intimidated through state and non-state proxies?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
Yes.
The court said, sustained.
How about in Thailand?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, objection, scope, relevance.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Doran, is there a particular profile that you are familiar with as an expert for Operation Fox Hunt target?
Yes. In my work and my experience of dealing with targets of Operation Fox Hunt, there is a common theme which they all share. And that is generally they have undertaken activity or advocated for something which is one of the Chinese Communist Party's red lines, as we discussed before. And that would be things like pro-democracy, pro-human rights, Hong Kong freedoms, for example.
How about religious freedom?
Religious freedom, certainly.
And criticism of President Xi?
That's probably one of the most sensitive matters. President Xi has built his political reputation in China as being an anti-corruption president. But in fact, a lot of the dissidents have pointed out his corruption.
Mr. Doran, have you ever heard of a person named Miles Guo?
Yes.
Could I show you, please, what is DX60690? Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
I do recognize that person.
Who is that?
That's Miles Guo.
Ms. Shrofa said, we move 60,690 into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60690 received in evidence. By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. Doran, have you ever seen Mr. Miles Guo in person before today?
Not before today.
And based on your expert opinion, Mr. Doran, does Miles Guo fit the profile of an Operation Fox Hunt target?
In my professional opinion, Mr. Guo is public enemy number 1 in China. He would be right at the top of the target list for Operation Fox Hunt.
And why would that be?
He has exposed corruption at the highest levels in China, which is extremely embarrassing for President Xi and his close circle. He's also advocated for democracy and freedom in China, which is intolerable to the Chinese Communist Party. And he has a social media following, which gives him a prominent voice and platform to advocate those views. So taken together, that makes him probably public enemy number 1 in China.
Before you were retained as an expert in this matter, had you heard of Miles Guo?
Yes, I had.
And was it your impression that he was an outspoken critique of the CCP?
Yes.
Were you aware if the PRC had in fact filed an Interpol red notice against Mr. Guo?
I was aware that a red notice had been filed.
Do you know on what date that red notice had been filed?
If I recall correctly, it was the 19th of April, 2017.
Are you aware of Mr. Guo having done a Voice of America interview?
Yes.
Did you watch that interview?
Not at the time, but I've watched it subsequently.
And what date was that interview done?
That was also the 19th of April, 2017.
May I please have the stip brought up, please, and may I ask for it, please? If we can go to paragraph 5. Could you read for me what paragraph 5 is?
To carry out some of the objectives of Fox Hunt. In 2017, the PRC government tasked a specially designated group of operatives, the group, with discrediting and harassing individuals, including Mr. Guo, by using interactive computer services and electronic communication systems. The group is based out of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau at a facility in Beijing's Dongqing's district. The group was previously referred to as the Cyber Investigation Team, and was later referred to as the 912 Special Project Working Group. The group's tactics aimed at Mr. Guo included using anonymized social media accounts operated by the group and by pressuring U.S. social media companies to remove Mr. Guo and U.S.-based associates of Mr. Guo from social media platforms. These efforts were part of the PRC government's broader effort to prevent, disrupt, and harass Mr. Guo's use of social media and other online platforms to disseminate and discuss disfavored content. In or about December 2018, officers of the group were directed to post 3 videos or posts daily with YouTube and Facebook accounts, with one of the posts required to be anti-Mr. Guo. On February 3, 2020, a PRC government official issued a tasking requirement that every member of the group shall write an original article with content related to targeting Mr. Guo, the COVID pandemic or Hong Kong. The FBI investigated the group's activities, including its activities aimed at Mr. Guo, and the U.S. government has charged many of the group's members with violations of U.S. law.
Mr. Doran, let me show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit number 7006. Could you tell me, please, what is the date of this complaint?
The date is the 18th of April, 2017.
Now going back to Defense Stip 1. Could I have you look at paragraph number 2, which reads, in 2017, a U.S. law enforcement agency assessed that Miles Guo was the highest priority of China's repatriation efforts. Mr. Doran, were you aware of this fact in 2017?
No, I wasn't.
Mr. Doran, is there a list of targets maintained by the CCP?
Yes, there is.
And may I just ask, Mr. Salazar, if you could keep the stip on the left side and bring up GXC63. Mr. Doran, Have you seen GX63T before?
Yes, I believe so.
That's the document to your right. Have you seen it before?
No, the one on the right. No, I haven't seen it before.
Could I go to page 6 if you could highlight the right section for him, Mr. Salazar? Could you read that for the jury, please?
This includes the $4 billion that the Communist Party has spent to halt. Hackers are trying to stop the ceremony of the declaration of our founding of the new federal state of China tomorrow, June 3rd at 7 p.m. New York time. And the day after, that is, before 12 p.m. on June the 4th.
What is June 4th in the history of the People's Republic of China?
It's the anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre.
Let me just ask you a few questions about the means and methods of Operation Fox Hunt and its hacking of its targets. I think I need 63T back, and if I could go to page 6. Would you agree with the statement that you just read?
Yes.
You can take that down and just have the stip back up. Could you describe for the jury, please? What is online propaganda and disinformation used by the CCP?
In simple terms, this is fake news, false news. This information means the reader is deceived into believing something which isn't true or confused into thinking we don't know what fact and fiction is here. This is a tactic commonly used by the Chinese Communist Party.
If I could have you look at this stip and go to paragraph 4 and 5. If you could just read that for the jury?
In 2018, a U.S. law enforcement agency received information that the PRC government had established a special investigative group in China to manage China's investigation of actions against Mr. Guo.
Were you aware of this fact in 2018?
No.
And keep reading, please, to paragraph 5.
To carry out some of the objectives of Fox Hunt in 2017, the PRC government tasked a specially designated group of operatives, the group, with discrediting and harassing individuals including Mr. Guo by using interactive computer services and electronic communication systems.
We can stop there. Now, Mr. Doran, you also testified as part of Operation Fox Hunt's means and methods. The CCP does in fact seize a target's assets, correct?
Correct.
And could you please read paragraph 8 of the stipulation that is before you?
On October 23, 2018, a court in Hong Kong entered an order seizing and restraining Mr. Guo's assets in Hong Kong and elsewhere under the court's jurisdiction.
Now, you also testified about the means and methods Fox Hunt uses by pressuring host countries to return the target to the PRC. You remember that?
Yes.
If you could read paragraph 7 of the stip.
Between May 2017 and January 2018, at least for individuals, including George Higginbotham, Elliot Broidy, Nick Lum Davis and Prakasrel Michel, never disclosed that they were actually acting on behalf of foreign actors, including the PRC government, to lobby officials in the Trump administration in an effort to cause Mr. Guo's extradition to China. Higginbotham, Broidy, Davis and Michel were each convicted of violating U.S. law regarding their lobbying efforts. The efforts of these individuals were not successful and Mr. Guo was never extradited at the request of the PRC government. Instead, and since approximately 2015, Mr. Guo has been able to reside in the United States with his family.
Mr. Doran, you also testified to the physical intimidation as the method and means used by Operation Fox Hunt, correct?
Correct.
And if you could look at paragraph 6 and tell the jury what it says, please. The stipulation between the United States and Mr. Guo?
Since Mr. Guo fled the PRC government has sought his return for prosecution in the PRC and has employed numerous methods to effect Mr. Guo's capture or arrest. In May 2017, the PRC government sent for undeclared agents from the PRC's Ministry of State Security, MSS, to the United States to attempt to cause Mr. Guo's coerced repatriation to the PRC as part of the Fox Hunt initiative. The U.S. government disrupted the PRC government's efforts to forcefully repatriate Mr. Guo, and Mr. Guo continued to reside in the United States.
You can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Doran. Have you worked with other people or individuals who have been targeted by Operation Fox Hunt?
The court said, Ms. Schroff, I need for you to speak into the microphone.
Do you know why your business has been retained by them?
Mr. Finkel said, calls for speculation, personal knowledge.
What is your understanding of why your clients retain you?
Because of my professional expertise and my experience in China.
The court said, Ms. Schroff, I need you to get closer to the microphone.
And what is it that your clients seek from you in terms of advice?
They seek advice on how to reduce the risk to themselves and their families and to their businesses posed by hostile actions by the PRC. They also ask me to deliver training to them on how to do that.
And do you advise your clients on how to combat the tactics of Operation Fox Hunt?
Yes, I do.
What do you advise them to do?
Well, each individual case is different. But I would say broadly I advise them on how to dissipate their risk. Would you like me to give you some examples?
Sure.
So one thing to do would be to hold multiple cellular phones so that if one is being surveilled or hacked, then there are others which may not be. Another tactic would be to use various online email addresses and personalities online in order to dissipate risk. And very importantly, financial assets to be held across different banks or different asset categories so that if one is seized or frozen, then the subject would have access to other resources that aren't frozen at that time.
Do you also advise them to diversify their identity online?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell the jury what exactly that means?
So I'll put this into context. I think many people would know that Chinese people often have two versions of their name. They have an English version and a Chinese version. And that's a good start. But that's not to do with this case in particular, that's just a cultural issue. But what I would advise them to do is to use those kinds of variants on their name so they have 4, 5, 6, 7 different email addresses or 8 different email accounts that they're associated with. But in some slightly different way so that if one email account is compromised or hacked, that they still have UN-compromised accounts to work with.
And have you heard of a phrase called harden your physical location?
Yes, that's a standard risk mitigation phrase in terms of physical security.
What does that mean?
So it means if a person is a potential or likely target for kidnapping, for example, they may wish to invest in hardening their residence. And by that I mean things like introducing CCTV cameras, access control, special security lighting, alarm systems. They may even choose to employ bodyguards as well.
Let me show you what is DX60623. Have you seen this document before?
No, I haven't.
Would you expect the target of Operation Fox Hunt to have installed a surveillance system?
Absolutely.
You can take that down. Mr. Doran, would it be best practices for Miles Guo to have several burner phones?
In my professional view, it would be good security risk management practice for Mr. Guo to have multiple burner phones.
How about several bank accounts?
Similarly, I think it would be good security practice.
Would it also be good security practice for him to hire ex-NYPD or law enforcement for physical safety?
Yes, if that's within his financial resources.
And how about for him to have surveillance installed at his offices and home?
If by surveillance you mean CCTV cameras, yes, I would recommend that.
Mr. Doran, you spent about an hour and a half testifying here today. Have any of your answers been motivated by the amount of money you've been paid?
Absolutely not.
Have your answers been motivated by how many times you met me?
No.
How many times did you meet me?
I met you in person in London on the 25th and 26th of April. We subsequently had a Zoom call in mid-May. And then I met you here in New York last week, 25th and 26th of June.
Did I meet you yesterday?
Yes, I met you yesterday.
Did we talk about the case?
No.
Did you meet me the day before?
I don't think so, no.
Ms. Schroff said, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ryan Finkel. I'm an assistant United States attorney. Did you know that?
Yes, I do.
And my job along with my colleagues is to enforce violations of United States law. Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you know that to perform this you have to take an oath to the Constitution of the United States?
Yes, I did know that.
And this trial is being conducted in the United States, of course, right?
Yes.
And it's subject to U.S. law, right?
Yes.
And it's being presided over by a United States District Judge, Judge Torres, right?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor. I don't know if Mr. Doran knows."
The court said, "Am I presiding over the case?"
The witness said, yes.
We can put up DX Stip 1, please, Ms. Loftus. You testified about this stipulation during your direct examination, correct, sir?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to a few points. First, could we go to the last page, Ms. Loftus? Do you see the signatures at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
This is a stipulation between the government, the United States government, and Mr. Guo's attorneys, right?
I understand that to be yes.
The parties agree. There's no dispute about what's in this stipulation, right?
I can't speak for you. I don't know.
Let's go to the first page. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by the United States of America and Miles Guo, the defendant, through their attorneys of record that, and it lists several parties. So the parties agree?
Yes.
Go back to the last page, please, Ms. Loftus. In fact, that signature where below it says Damian Williams, United States Attorney, Southern District of New York by, and there are 4 names. You see that?
Yes.
That line with the signature.
Yes.
You know that's my signature?
I didn't know that was your signature, but I take your word that's your signature.
I signed this document.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, is Mr. Finkel testifying?"
The court said, "Don't testify, Mr. Finkel."
I signed this document, correct?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection."
The court said, "Mr. Finkel, he could not possibly know your signature. If you want to ask whether your name falls below what appears to be a signature, you may do that."
My name and my colleague's name falls below the signature. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
We can zoom out of that and go to paragraph 5. And you read parts of paragraph 5, I think, correct? Sir?
Yes.
And the last sentence? Can you read that where it says the FBI?
The FBI investigated the group's activities, including its activities aimed at Mr. Guo, and the U.S. government has charged many of the group's members with violation of U.S. law.
That's what the FBI does. It investigates violations of U.S. law, charge people who violate it, correct?
Correct.
If we can look at paragraph 6, please, Ms. Loftus. Can you read the paragraph beginning? Sorry, the sentence beginning the U.S. government sort of at the bottom.
The U.S. government disrupted the PRC's government efforts to forcefully repatriate Mr. Guo, and Mr. Guo continue to reside in the United States.
The United States government stopped what the PRC was doing to Mr. Guo. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
And if we can look at the next paragraph, please, Ms. Loftus, paragraph 7. And this is a paragraph, sir, about George Higginbotham, Elliot Brody, Nick Lund Davis, and Prakazrel Michel as he's known. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you learn about this case generally speaking?
In which time frame?
In your work as a security professional who follows Fox Hunt-related issues and CCP-related issues. Did you follow this particular case, this investigation?
To a certain extent.
So you didn't follow it?
To a certain extent I did.
Does this paragraph in your view accurately reflect what the case was about?
Yes.
It summarizes it pretty well?
For me it does.
This is sufficient information about this case?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, it's the same question 5 different ways."
Mr. Finkel said, "I'll move on. Can you read where it says Higginbotham, Brody Davis, and Michel? It's sort of in the middle."
Higginbotham, Brody Davis and Michel were each convicted of violating U.S. law regarding their lobbying efforts.
They were charged and convicted for violating U.S. law, right?
Yes.
And their efforts were not successful?
They weren't successful.
The court said, "What do you understand that they were trying to do?"
The witness said, "My understanding was that they were trying to use their influence with the Trump administration to pressure or coerce or persuade the U.S. government to repatriate Mr. Guo back to China."
The court said, "What do you mean by repatriate?"
The witness said, "Put him on a plane and put him back to China."
And it didn't happen, right?
It didn't happen.
We can take that down, Ms. Loftus. And, Mr. Doran, how long did you live in China for?
I live in China for 4 years.
During those 4 years, you testified about this on direct. You were surveilled. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were watched physically and also through electronic surveillance?
Yes.
You said that people broke into your apartment. Is that right?
There were covert entry into my apartment.
Fair to say you were harassed by the CCP?
I was targeted by them.
You were targeted by the CCP?
Yes.
Have you ever raised money by making false promises online?
No.
You haven't committed fraud?
No.
Being targeted by the CCP doesn't give you license to do those things, does it?
No.
You're familiar with the South China Sea?
Yes, I am.
Just can you describe to the jury the geographic location of the South China Sea?
So the South China Sea is in the Western Pacific region. It's that part of the ocean which borders on southern China and goes down to Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, and it's a contested area.
And fair to say tensions are rising in that area between the PRC and some neighboring countries?
Yes.
And one of those neighboring countries would be Taiwan, right?
Taiwan certainly, yeah.
What is Taiwan also known as?
Republic of China.
Why is it called the Republic of China?
In 1949, at the conclusion of the Chinese Civil War, the non-communist forces evacuated to China. But they retained their claim to be the government of the whole of China, so they retained the name Republic of China.
And that was Chiang Kai-shek, right?
That's correct.
He was the leader of democracy in China, and they were defeated by the CCP and escaped to Taiwan.
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Is Mr. Finkel testifying about the history of China?"
The court said, "He's cross-examining and asking leading questions. Go ahead."
By Mr. Finkel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Doran, you are of course familiar with the fact that the United States government provides military support to the government of Taiwan, right?
I am aware of that.
In fact, it's under the provisions of the Taiwan Relations Act, right?
Yes.
And some of the hardware that the American government provides to the Taiwanese includes things like missiles. Correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Battle tanks, correct?
Yes.
F-16s, correct?
I'm not sure which combat aircraft is supplied, but I imagine F-16s.
Combat aircraft though, right?
Yes.
HIMARS rockets, correct?
Yes.
Drones, correct?
Yes.
And these are equipment for the Taiwanese to defend themselves against the CCP, correct?
Yes.
How many Lamborghinis has the United States government sent to Taiwan?
Ms. Shrofa said, "If you know."
I don't know.
What about Bugattis? How many Bugattis has the United States government sent to Taiwan?
I don't know.
Can we pull up GXE9 at page 140, please? Zoom in on that bottom, please. This is Miles Guo in a Lamborghini. Right, sir?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has the United States government sent any Lamborghinis to Taiwan?
I have no idea.
A Lamborghini wouldn't do pretty good against a Chinese tank, would it?
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection. How would he know?"
In your expert opinion?
The court said, If you happen to know about the capabilities of Lamborghinis,
What I would say is that of course a Lamborghini would be no challenge to a Chinese tank. But there may be other reasons that US government might choose to send Lamborghinis to Taiwan that I'm not aware of.
Who would be? We can take that down. You also talked about some equipment and materials that you recommend your clients obtain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Surveillance cameras, for example, right?
Yes.
Bodyguards, for example?
Yes.
Do you recommend that your clients sleep on a $35,000 mattress?
I don't have any professional interest on my clients' sleeping arrangements.
Sleeping on a $35,000 mattress has nothing to do with protecting yourself from CCP targeting, right?
No.
No, it doesn't?
No, it doesn't.
And also a $90,000 CLED TV. Do you recommend that your clients purchase that to protect themselves from the CCP?
Well, I would recommend that clients have access to the best media they have at their disposal.
So a $400 Vizio television that you buy at Best Buy, that's not good enough.
Ms. Strofa said, "Objection. He lives in the UK and I don't think he knows Best Buy."
the court said, "Overruled. You may answer if you know."
What I would say is my recommendations to my clients is always to purchase the best equipment that they can afford.
Where do you buy your electronics? Do you have Amazon?
Yes.
Amazon tells TVs, right?
Yes.
There's a difference between a $90,000 CLED TV and a $400 Vizio TV, right?
That's correct.
Is your expert testimony that a $90,000 TV is necessary to protect oneself against the CCP?
No, that's not my expert testimony. But what I would say is, I advise my client to avail themselves of the best equipment that they can afford for reliability reasons.
If we can put up 1B124F, please. You haven't seen this picture before?
Yes.
You see the three young women are circled in red?
Yes.
It's like they're targets, right?
Ms. Strofa said, "Objection. What does he mean because they're circled?"
The court said, "Sustained."
Circling someone identifies them as a target, correct?
No.
No.
I would disagree. I think circling them can be a means of drawing my attention to them. It doesn't mean that they're target of anything.
But if these women were harassed, that would be targeting, right?
Ms. Strofa said, "Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence."
The court said, "He's asking an expert a hypothetical question which is acceptable. You may answer."
Could you repeat the question?
Certainly. You can note down. You've been harassed. You just testified to that a moment ago, right?
Yes.
And the manner in which you were harassed was how by the CCP?
Yes. As I said, I was surveilled. My telephone communications were not private. My email was not private.
People were watching you.
Yes.
That's harassment, right?
It's harassment. Certainly it's harassment. I would characterize it as surveillance. It's the kind of activities that foreign intelligence agencies conduct.
To just stand outside of people's homes and watch them.
In my case, they weren't that crude. They were a bit more sophisticated than that. But certainly that could happen, yeah.
One of the surveillance techniques that CCP operatives use is to film people, right?
Yes, that's true.
So standing outside someone's home and filming them whether surreptitiously or overtly is a CCP tactic. Right?
Yes.
Especially if you do it at their place of work too in their home, right?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, "Your Honor, may Mr. Finkel not ask a compound question?"
The court said, "So break it down."
I move on. Sir, is this sensationalizing? Please tell me if it is. That president, she is determined to ensure party control over the economy in China?
That's a matter of fact, not sensationalized.
That's a fair statement.
Yes.
And you would agree, sir, that the CCP has factions within it, right?
Yes.
And there's infighting within the Chinese Communist Party, right?
Yes.
In fact, somewhat recently, Hu Jintao, you know who he is, right?
Yes.
Who is Hu Jintao?
He's the former president of China.
I think you know what I'm referring to probably. What happened with Hu Jintao recently?
If I assume I'm talking about the same incident you're talking about, it was at the plenum session of the Chinese Communist Party. And he was prevented from speaking and kind of forcefully hustled out of the chamber.
Right. And Hu Jintao, it's understood, you tell me, represented a different faction within the CCP than President Xi, correct?
Yes.
And these factions were fighting, right?
Yes.
Not necessarily physically fighting, but they were.
Ms. Stropha said, "Objection. Is there a question?"
Mr. Finkel said, "I'm trying to get there."
The court said, "We're waiting for the question."
Not necessarily physical fighting, correct?
Power struggles.
Right. There was a power struggle within the CCP, correct?
Yes.
And President Xi's faction, fair to say, prevailed, right?
Yes.
And to demonstrate his authority and control over the CCP, President Xi had President Hu Jintao ejected from that meeting you mentioned, correct?
Ms. Stropha said, "I believe this has been asked and answered."
The court said, "You may answer."
I would say that was the reason he was ejected from the plenum session.
And so President Xi's in control of the Chinese economy. You're aware, sir, that Miles Guo earned a lot of money when he was in China, right?
Could you repeat that?
You're aware, sir, that Miles Guo earned a lot of money when he was in China, right?
I'm aware he was a successful entrepreneur.
Right. He owned a hotel, right?
Yes.
Said to have millions of dollars, right?
I'm not very expert on his business dealings, but that's what I understand.
You're not testifying about his business dealings. And you know, sir, that Miles Guo had a benefactor in the Chinese Communist Party, right, Ma Jian?
Yes.
Who's Ma Jian?
So Ma Jian, I believe, was a former vice minister.
For the MSS, right?
Yes.
And that's the, as you said it, the CIA for the Chinese Communist Party?
That's correct.
That was Miles Guo's benefactor.
Ms. Stropha said, "Objection. That's not what he testified to. He simply identified who the person was."
The court said, "You may answer."
I stated that the MSS is the Chinese equivalent of the Central Intelligence Agency.
And you understand that Miles Guo lent money to Ma Jian's sister, right?
I don't know that.
And then Guo then bought back from Ma Jian's sister, sorry. Ma Jian's sister then spent that money to buy properties. You know that, right?
I don't know that.
Then Guo bought back those properties from Ma Jian's sister. Did you know that?
I don't know that.
And this was designed to Ma Jian can make a profit?
Ms. Stropha said, "He said he doesn't know that, so how would he talk about what it's designed for?"
The court said, "Sustained."
Exploring this expert's knowledge. In exchange, you know, sir, that Ma Jian helped Miles Guo with businesses, correct?
I didn't know that.
To be a billionaire in China requires some connections or help from the CCP, right?
Ms. Stropha said, "Objection."
The court said, "You may answer if you know."
I think in many countries there is an intersection between the very rich and the very powerful.
Including in China?
Including in China, but not only in China.
You're here to testify about China?
Millimeter HM.
The court said, "Is that a yes?"
Yes.
And do you know that Miles Guo has been a long-time affiliate of the MSS, and that he had a handling name known as a Wunan Sick?
Ms. Stropha said, "Objection, compound."
I didn't know that.
You do know that Ma Jian ran into trouble with President Xi's faction of the CCP, right?
I know that there was a dispute. I'm not aware of what the nature of the dispute was.
There was a dispute. Ma Jian was arrested, right?
Yes.
And Miles Guo then fled, went to Hong Kong, right?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
Yes.
And after being in Hong Kong, Miles Guo came to the United States? That was in 2015, right?
Yes.
And in 2015, he kept a low profile, wasn't doing broadcasts, correct?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
Ms. Strofa said, it's not part of his expert knowledge.
The court said, if he knows, he can answer.
I was personally not aware of Mr. Guo and his activities in 2015.
And Mr. Guo kept a low profile in 2016 too, correct?
Ms. Strofa said, objection. He said he doesn't know.
Same answer, I don't know.
You know, in 2017.
Yes.
Then Mr. Guo cause.
Yes.
You testified about that?
Yes.
He had that interview with Voice of America.
Well, that's when he came to my attention.
That was in 2017, right?
Yes.
That 2017 Voice of America interview, you watched it, right?
Yes.
He was talking about the Chinese Communist Party, right?
Yes.
And he was saying that he was promoting freedom in China, right?
Yes.
He didn't launch a business in that interview. It was an interview about politics, right?
Yes.
Then in November 2018, Miles Guo launched the Rule of Law Foundation, right?
Yes.
And in that launch he asked for money, right? Donations, right?
Ms. Strofa said, is he asking the question if Mr. Doran knows this?
The court said, he's asking that question. He makes a statement and it goes, comma, right, question mark. You can answer.
I'm aware that he solicited donation for the foundation.
For the Rule of Law Foundation in November of 2018, right?
Yes.
Can if we pull up DX Step 1? Let's go to paragraph 8. Can you read that please, Mr. Doran?
On October 23, 2018, a court in Hong Kong entered an order seizing and restraining Mr. Guo's assets in Hong Kong and elsewhere under the court's jurisdiction.
So October 23, 2018, Miles Guo's assets in Hong Kong were seized by the Chinese government, right?
Yes.
We can put up GXW 1005, please. This is the launch. This is a screenshot. But this is the launch of the Rule of Law Foundation, right?
Yes.
On November 20th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
About a month after the Hong Kong court seized Mr. Guo's assets. He started raising money through the Rule of Law Foundation, right?
Yes.
And then after the Rule of Law Foundation he launched GTV, right?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, overruled. If he knows, he may answer.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And he asked for money for GTV, right?
Yes.
You don't know what he did with that money, do you?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, you may answer if you know.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Then he set up the Himalaya Farm Alliance?
I understand that, yes.
And he set up the farm loan program to raise more money, right?
Yes.
Then he set up G Club, right?
Yes.
To raise more money, right?
Yes.
And then the Himalaya Exchange H coin, right?
Yes.
Also for money, right?
Yes.
So all after October 2018, when the Chinese government seized his money, right?
I'm not sure you can establish cause and effect there.
It all happened after October 2018?
Ms. Strofa said, actually, Mr. Finkel is wrong. It's not the Chinese government. It's the Hong Kong government.
The court said, "You cannot testify."
Mr. Finkel said, "I'll withdraw it and back up." Mr. Doran, didn't you testify that essentially the Hong Kong government and the Chinese government one and the same? In fact, you testified. Mr. Finkel said, "Can Mr. Finkel, 1, slow down?"
The court said, "Slow down, Mr. Finkel."
Did you testify, Mr. Doran? Do you remember Ms. Schroff asked you questions?
Yes.
That was today, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when she asked you whether the Hong Kong government and the Chinese government, the CCP, were one and the same, and you said yes?
Yes.
'Cause they are, right?
Yes.
Ms. Schroff said, "In what time frame?" "Never mind."
Mr. Finkel said, "Can I finish?"
Ms. Schroff said, "Objection to the question. It's vague."
The court said, "Overruled. You may continue."
In all those investment opportunities that I just went through, all of those were after October 2018, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked to, am I correct, sir? That you were asked to review to testify about the Voice of America interview today?
Yes.
You weren't provided with other statements Miles Guo made about his investment opportunities, were you?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we could pull up 6151, please, Ms. Loftus."
Media played.
Mr. Doran, you haven't seen that video before, have you?
No.
There were dates on those videos. Those dates were all after October 2018, right?
Yes.
If we could pull up Z9 at page 16, please, Ms. Loftus. Can you read underneath where it says 459?
This is completely a business operation. Do not link the G-series, under any circumstances, to the NFSC. That is all bullshit.
That's Miles Guo's statement.
Ms. Schroff said, "Objection. How would he know?"
Do you know?
I don't know.
Zoom out of that, Ms. Loftus, and scroll up. That's Miles Guo right there, right?
Yes.
Do you know, sir, that in 2017, Miles Guo had conversations with government officials in China while he was in the United States?
I didn't know that.
Do you know he told them?
Ms. Schroff said, "If he didn't know there was a conversation, how could he know what he told them?" Objection.
The court said, "Sustained."
Do you know if he told them?
Ms. Schroff said, "Objection."
The court said, "Sustained."
Part of the way, sir, that the Chinese Communist Party maintains influence in the country of China and elsewhere is through symbols, right?
Symbols, yes.
Symbols are important, right?
Yes.
For example, the Chinese Communist Party, well, the People's Republic of China has a flag, right?
Yes.
What does that flag look like?
So it's a red flag with a prominent yellow star in the top left-hand corner, which is surrounded by a constellation of smaller yellow stars.
Do you know what those stars symbolize?
Those stars symbolize the People's Republic of China in my knowledge.
You don't know that symbolize the unity between the 4 social classes of China and the government at the top. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
And you're also familiar, sir, with the Nanchang Uprising?
Nanjing Uprising.
Was that the beginning of the Civil War in China?
That's an interesting historical question, and I can answer it if you allow me.
What year was that?
1937.
And that was a battle, a fight between the Chinese Communist Party forces and Chiang Kai-shek's forces. Is that right?
No, it was a battle between Chinese forces and occupying Japanese forces.
And that's where the People's Liberation Army sort of got its start. Is that right?
No.
When did the People's Liberation Army get its start?
It started before then with the Communist Party began its uprising in China in the late 20s. So the armed wing of the Chinese Communist Party's been in existence almost as long as the CCP was, so from 1923 onwards.
So the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, is used by the CCP to enact its policy goals. It's fair to say?
The People's Liberation Army is the military of China is a tool that can be used by the Chinese government to advance its national security objectives.
And the People's Liberation Army, it wasn't established prior to the Chinese Communist Party's gaining power?
Ms. Shrofa said, asked and answered.
So
The court said you may answer.
So the PLA as we know it today was constituted when the Chinese Communists won the Civil War.
And you testified that PLA is ultimately the control of the PLA is ultimately President Xi. He's in charge of it, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the symbols of the People's Liberation Army of the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes.
What does the PLA flag look like?
PLA flag depends on the branch of the military you're talking about. But if it was the PLA ground forces or the army, that would be an N sign which is based on the Chinese flag. It's a star in the left-hand corner, and I believe it has white and green stripes on the bottom.
There's also a PLA flag without the stripes, right?
Yes. There's a Navy flag and an Air Force flag.
If you can put up SH-146, Ms. Loftus, can we zoom in on the left one? And, sir, the symbol on the left. That's the star that's taken from the Chinese Communist Party's flag, right?
Yes.
And the slash, the two slashes and the line, those are insignias of the PLA, right?
Yes.
And the insignia on the right, that's also an insignia of the PLA, right?
Yes.
Did you know this box was found in Miles Guo's desk?
I didn't know that.
If we can look at 151, please, Ms. Loftus. Zoom in on that. These are the same symbols, just physical form. Correct?
Yes.
Ms. Loftus, can you put up 146 on the left side and DX6688 on the right? You talked about this gentleman on your right during your direct testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you remind the members of the jury who is?
Lieutenant General Bai Yi.
Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the box on the left, and can you zoom in on the logo on the general's hat? Appears to be the same logo, right?
Yes.
PLA logo, right?
Yes.
Continued on next page.
Mr. Finkel said, take that down. You reviewed, sir, a document of Miles Guo's statements that was GXC63T, right?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, could we pull that up, please, Ms. Loftus?
Ms. Shrofa said, Mr. Doran, could I just remind you to keep your voice up?
The witness said, yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you.
By Mr. Finkel.
Do you remember being asked some questions about this document on direct?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, we can go to page 27. And can you zoom in on 40:24, please? And these were statements that you read of Miles Guo, this document, right?
Only when you showed them to me.
Didn't Ms. Schroff show you this document before?
I don't think so, no.
You forgot?
I can't recall whether I've seen this document or not.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. Zoom out. Could we go to the first page, please? Take a look at it. Let me know if that refreshes your recollections about being asked questions by Ms. Schroff about this document.
You asked me questions about this document.
Do you remember Ms. Schroff asking you questions about this document, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you review this document in advance of your testimony?
Yes, I think it was part of the package of documents I was sent.
Right. This is one of the packages. This is one of the documents that Defense Counsel sent you?
Yeah.
Ms. Shrofa said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
It's a document that I've seen, but I've seen a lot of documents. and I'm struggling to remember this particular one.
Okay. See at the top it says speaker, Wagoigwa?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, if we can please go to page 27 and zoom in on 40:24. Can you read that?
In this GTV investment, I had a separate conversation with each investor. This is a serious and solemn commitment and responsibility of Wengui Guotiyu to be responsible for this investment forever. This is a legally valid commitment and attitude.
Miles Guo's statement, according to this document, right?
I understand it to be, yes.
Mr. Finkel said, can we go to page 30, please? And can you zoom in on 45:02? This starts, Mr. Doran. Our whistleblower movement does not have any cult of the individual. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Can you read the rest?
There can be no cult of the individual, let alone mythologize any individual. Without the whistleblower movement's fellow fighters, Wengui Guo is nothing. Anyone who is apart from whistleblower movement will be nothing either.
There can be no cult of the individual, right? That's what it says.
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, if you could please play what's in evidence as C281V.
Media played.
Mr. Finkel said, stop right there, please. Mr. Doran, did you know that video cost $1 million?
I did not know that.
Do you know that Miles Guo is in every frame of that video?
I saw that, yes.
Fair to say that President Xi is trying to promote a cult personality within China, correct?
Yes.
That's common among dictators, right?
Yes.
Happens in North Korea, for example?
Yes.
And one of the ways to promote that cult of personality in China is that if the Chinese people express views contrary to President Xi, they're retaliated against, right?
Yes.
People criticize the leader, they're retaliated against, right?
Yes.
Those are the rules of the Chinese Communist Party, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the rules of the Himalaya Farm Alliance?
No.
How about the new federal state of China?
No.
Do you know if you criticize Miles Guo, you're retaliated against?
I didn't know that.
The Himalaya Farm Alliance will retaliate against you?
Ms. Shrofa said, is that a question?
Correct?
The court said, there's the question.
I have no knowledge of that.
New federal state of China will retaliate against you if you criticize Miles Guo?
I have no knowledge of that.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said redirect.
Redirect examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
How are you doing, Mr. Doran?
I'm good. Thank you. You?
Hanging in there. So let me just start with this video that we just watched, okay?
Yes.
And I promise you I will not make you watch it again. Did you read the captions on that video?
Yes.
And if I get it wrong, I am sure Mr. Finkel will pull it right up. But did you read the text that said, take down the CCP and then Mongolia?
Yes.
Is there some specific thing going on with China and Mongolia?
Not that I'm aware of, but maybe the phrase itself was expressed in Mongolian rather than Mandarin. I don't know.
Mr. Finkel said, move to strike. Speculation? He said maybe?
The court said, if you know you may state it but don't speculate.
Do you know if Mongolia has a specific culture that is somewhat separate from the rest of China?
Well, Mongolia is an independent country separate from China.
And do you think that it's possible that somebody could make a video to support the culture of Mongolia?
Mr. Finkel said, calls for speculation. Is it possible?
You know what? I'll play the video then and show you the language on the video so I can pinpoint to you what it says.
Okay.
Ms. Shrofa said, could we pull up the video?
Mr. Finkel said, her question was, is it possible someone would do something, not what the language in the video says? I didn't object to the language in the video.
Let's look at the title. What does it say?
It says, take down the CCP, Mongolian.
Do you understand what that means?
I understand take down the CCP, but I'm not sure what Mongolian refers to.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay, just keep it right there. As a CCP expert, do you know that the CCP is specifically intent on destroying the culture of Mongolia?
Yes, Mongolian culture in China, like other non-Han cultures, like non-mainstream ethnic Chinese cultures, is under immense pressure, so Mongolians, like Tibetans, like Uyghurs, like other national and ethnic minorities, are being forcibly assimilated into a predominantly Han Chinese culture.
And in this video, if we could just try and get that language, do you see where it says repeatedly, "We are the real owners of the pastures"? Did you remember that phrase?
Yes.
Do you see it right there?
Yes.
It doesn't say, I, Miles Guo, am the real owner of this pasture, correct?
No, it doesn't. It says a we.
And we is inclusive, correct?
Yes.
It is not a dictator that would say we, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Shrofa said, you can take that down, please. Is it fair to say, Mr. Doran, just using your common sense, that not everybody has the same taste in music?
Mr. Finkel said, objection to common sense, but I will stipulate that everyone has different tastes in music.
And because a video is made and you don't agree with that taste, it does not necessarily mean it's a cult video, correct?
Yes, correct.
Mr. Finkel said, form.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
Yes, it's correct.
He calls it a cult video. You didn't call it a cult video, right?
I don't believe it's a cult video.
Mr. Finkel said, objection. I didn't call it a cult video.
The court said, no, he did not even mention that word.
Did you think that that was a video promoting a cult?
No.
Did you think it was a video promoting the separatist culture of Mongolia?
I saw it as a video by a person representing the group advocating for a certain goal.
Did you see where, in the video, it says, brothers, stand up and fight?
Yes.
And did you see in the video where it says, take down the CCP?
Yes.
Did you see anywhere where he stands up and says, worship me?
No.
Did you know if Miles Guo's music was on Apple's, whatever it is, iPhones, wherever they sell the music? I don't do that, but...
Mr. Finkel said, objection to form.
The court said, you can answer.
I wasn't aware, but my taste doesn't run to that kind of music.
Mine either. But did you know he topped the charts in Cambodia?
I didn't, but congratulations.
Do you know if what he's wearing in that video are clothing made by G Fashion?
I don't know that.
Did you know if Miles Guo was a promoter of G Fashion?
I don't know that.
Mr. Finkel here asked you many questions about dictatorships, and then he juxtaposed the Himalaya Alliance. Correct?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, objection to the form and argumentative. I pose questions.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know anything about the Himalaya Alliance?
Not very much at all.
Do you know if they have committees?
I assume as an organization they have governance.
Do you know if they have more than one committee?
I don't know.
Do you know if they have an audit committee?
I don't know.
Do you know if they have a membership committee?
I don't know.
Do you know if China has an audit committee?
I don't know.
Do you know if the Himalaya Alliance is separate and apart from Miles Guo?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. He testified he doesn't know about the Himalaya Farm Alliance.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know anything about the new federal state of China?
From what I've read in the media.
Right. And when Mr. Finkel asked you about people being exterminated from the new federal state of China if they criticize Mr. Guo, you don't know any such thing, correct?
The court said, he did not use that term.
Do you remember him asking you questions about the new federal state of China?
I do.
Do you remember him asking you what would happen if somebody criticized the new federal state of China?
He did ask me that question.
Do you remember what he intimated was the response?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, so it's only about what he states.
Do you know anything about the new federal state of China and how it either accepts or not accepts members?
All I know about the new federal state of China is what it stands for and what it advocates.
And what does it stand for?
It stands for.
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Because he said he didn't.
Ms. Schrofa said, he opened the door.
Mr. Finkel said, it's his lack of personal knowledge. It's what he read.
The court said, it's a question of whether you have knowledge and you can answer from your own knowledge.
The witness said, yes, I can.
The court said, go ahead.
So contacts of mine in China, who I'm in regular contact with, who?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. This is hearsay.
The court said, so don't say what others have said to you.
Okay. My understanding is.
The court said, now, if you have an understanding from someone else, don't express that understanding.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Through your experience and knowledge and your work, do you have an understanding of what the new federal state of China stands for?
Yes.
The court said, if it's just a way of getting around hearsay, the idea, sir, is that you're not to give an answer that depends upon something that someone else told you.
I would answer then in saying that in the course of my work, which generally tracks and follows political events in China, I have been aware of the new federal state of China and what it.
And have you been aware of what it stands for?
Yes.
What does it stand for?
Mr. Finkel said, same objection, Your Honor. Based on.
The court said, if it's not based on hearsay, he may hearsay. Answer.
So my understanding is that it's based on advocacy for freedom and democracy in China.
Mr. Doran, does the MSS engage in protests against its critiques?
Sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Does the MSS engage in peaceful protests against its critiques?
No.
The court said, do you mean critics against its critics?
Against its critics?
Ms. Schrofa said, sorry, Your Honor. I mispronounced the word.
Critics? No, it doesn't.
Now you recall you were shown those many buttons that were found, according to the government, in Mr. Guo's home.
Yes.
Or drawer.
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, can we pull all of them back up? Does anybody have those? You remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
Would you say that if somebody had one of these things, they might be worth money?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, so he's not here to testify about the value of objects.
You were asked questions about these objects, correct?
Sorry. Repeat that?
This prosecutor asked you questions about these objects, correct?
Yes, yes.
And then he asked you questions about the flag. And then he showed you that general's insignia on his head with the hat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say, sir, that symbols have, as he asked you, specific meanings, correct?
Yes, they do. But can I just add something to that?
The court said, now, you just answer the question.
The witness said, okay.
Symbols can be co-opted, correct?
Yes.
So you can take a symbol that symbolizes one thing, co-opt it so that it means something different to a whole new group of people, correct?
That's possible, or it could just be merchandising.
And same thing with words, right? You co-opt a word that is negative in culture to make it positive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now it is also fair to say that. Ms. Schrofa said, you know what, you can take this thing down. Thank you. It's fair to say that people have falling outs within political parties, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
People have falling outs in personal relationships, correct?
Yes.
And people have fallings out in professional relationships, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you could be a lifelong Democrat and then stop being one when Donald Trump becomes president, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, objection on a few levels, but we'll start with calls for speculation.
The court said, sustained.
Would you want to be a Republican for Donald Trump?
It's one of the times I'm thankful for being British.
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, okay. He gave us his answer. He's thankful to be British.
Let me pull up for you GX63T, Mr. Doran. You were asked questions about this document, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Doran, that I have never sent you any documents?
Yes, that's correct.
And I have not asked you to review this document with me before you testified about it today?
That's correct.
You've never reviewed this document in its entirety, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You don't know anything about how Mr. Miles Guo was employed as a promoter for G Clubs, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
You don't know how he raised money for G Clubs, correct?
I don't know other than what I've read in the media.
And you don't know anything about the cost of a G Club's membership, correct?
No, I don't.
You don't know anything about the benefits of a G Club membership, correct?
No, I don't.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Doran, that Operation Fox Hunt does not target the PLA, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, objection to scope.
Ms. Strofa said, that's what it's well within. He brought up the PLA.
The court said, you may answer.
No, that's a completely counterintuitive question. The Chinese state doesn't target its own agencies.
And as far as you're concerned, sitting here today, Miles Guo is a target of Fox Hunt, correct?
Absolutely.
You were asked a lot of questions about drones, planes, and things being sent to Taiwan, was it? Taiwan, correct?
Yes, yes.
And then you were asked if a Lamborghini had been sent to Taiwan, correct?
I was asked that question.
Are you an expert in gift-giving between countries?
No, I'm not.
You were asked a series of questions about Mr. Miles Guo's seizure of assets and then his actions in G-Series. You recall that?
Yes.
Do you know how much money Mr. Miles Guo's family has in China today?
I don't.
How about in 2016?
I don't.
2017?
I don't.
2019?
No.
Right after any seizure that happened?
No.
Ms. Strofa said, could we pull up the stip again? And could we go to the last paragraph, please? After October 23rd of 2018, do you have any idea how much money Miles Guo's brothers had?
No.
How about his family fund?
No.
How about his wife's money?
No.
Ms. Strofa said, you can take that down. Sitting here today, do you have any idea what the Rule of Law Foundation does?
My understanding of the Rule of Law Foundation, again, is that it's an advocacy body for introducing democracy into China.
Do you know if it distributes money to other people?
I don't know.
Do you know if it supports Ukrainians in need of help?
I don't know.
Do you know if it helps dissidents get political asylum in the United States?
I don't know.
Do you know if it gives charitable money elsewhere?
I don't know.
You don't know anything about the Rule of Law Foundation, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. You were asked questions, were you not? About Elliot Broidy and Higginbotham and how the Department of Justice prosecuted them, correct?
Yes.
Before they were prosecuted, do you know what actions they took against Miles Guo?
Yes.
The court said, when you say they, who are you referring?
Ms. Strofa said, the group, Higginbotham, Broidy, Olive too, them. Do you know what actions they took?
I know what was reported in the media.
Other than that, do you know what actions they took?
And also in the US DOJ documents I've read.
And other than that, do you know what other actions they took?
No.
Do you know how close Mr. Guo was to being put on a plane and shipped back to China?
I understand it was very close.
You were asked many questions about this person named, I'm going to mess up the names. So sorry, Ma Jian. Correct?
Who? Sorry?
Ma Jian, the guy who went to prison, according to Mr. Finkel, arrested in China, sent to prison.
Which person are you referring to?
Ma Jing? Ma Jian. Sorry about that.
Ma Jian, yes.
Sorry about that. And you were asked a whole series of questions about that by Mr. Finkel, correct?
Yes.
And you're not an expert in his life, correct?
No, I'm not.
And you're certainly not an expert on Miles Guo's life, correct?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that it's part of Operation Fox Hunt to bring false criminal charges against Chinese citizens?
That's a very common tactic of Fox Hunt.
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, so that needs to be qualified.
In China.
The court said, based upon Chinese law.
Yes.
That man has never left China, correct?
Yes, is my understanding, yes.
Right. And the charges that were brought against him were under Chinese law, correct?
Yes. To clarify that, I would say China is not governed by the rule of law. It's governed by the rule by law, which means essentially that the law is whatever the government says it is. So charges against somebody can be legal in a technical sense, but they can be completely bogus.
Okay, but this man was charged in China, correct?
Yes.
By the CCP, correct?
Yes.
And the CCP routinely falsely charges its own dissidents in China, correct?
Yes.
Under Chinese law.
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Doran, you were asked many questions, were you not, by Mr. Finkel about a $35,000 mattress, correct?
Yes.
You don't know anything about a mattress, right?
I know nothing about a mattress.
Okay. And you were asked questions about buying equipment, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you would recommend to your clients to buy the best quality equipment they could afford, correct?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, from a physical security perspective. If you're installing CCTV cameras in your residence or in your place of work, you need the best quality output. Now they have discrete screens and discrete systems, but you may wish to channel that to your TV screens. In which case my recommendation would always be to buy the best quality you can afford.
Mr. Doran, before you were retained on this case, did you have any personal knowledge of Miles Guo?
Only from what I'd read in the media.
And even after you were retained, you don't have any personal knowledge of Mr. Miles Guo, correct?
No, not at all, no.
Ms. Shrofa said, I have nothing further.
The court said, recross.
Recross-examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Sir, an N95 mask, you know what that is, right?
Say that again? Sorry?
An N95 mask, you know what that is, right?
It's a piece of protective equipment.
Right. And in March of 2020, those were used to try to protect everyone from COVID, right?
In the United States, maybe. I'm not sure about other countries.
Ms. Shrofa said, it's way beyond the scope.
Mr. Finkel said, I'll get to the scope. Give me like 3 questions. So sorry. You are familiar with N95 masks?
I know what it is. But I wouldn't be able to say whether everybody used it because we have multiple masks in the UK.
Right. But you do know that in March of 2020, when COVID first hit in the UK and in the US, it was hard to get personal protective equipment like N95 masks, right?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection. Objection to the compound.
The court said, all right. So I'm just waiting to get to the scope here.
Mr. Finkel said, I'm going to get there right now.
The court said, okay.
Do you know that the Rule of Law Foundation used donor money to send a shipment of N95 masks in March of 2020 to Miles Guo's house?
I did not know that.
The PLA is controlled by what committee?
Central Military Commission.
Central Military Commission. And what's the Politburo?
Politburo is the sort of governing committee of the Chinese Communist Party. So its president Xi is the chair, and then there are several members. And they're his sort of closest political allies and advisors.
Okay. So it's a committee, right?
Yeah.
So Chinese Communist Party has committees, right?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about the symbols and co-opting symbols, right?
Yes.
And if someone were to co-opt a symbol, they would display it and try to rebrand it, correct?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
That could be one purpose, yes.
Right. You sort of put it out there to change its meaning so that people associate that symbol with a new meaning, correct?
That could be true, yes.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can put up CT58. All right. Please take a look at this. And let me know if you see any symbols of the PLA.
I can't see any symbols of PLA.
The NFSC flag is on the right, correct?
I understand it to be, yes.
And a 7-pointed star in the center, right?
Yes.
For Brother 7, right?
Yes.
And the symbols? The PLA symbols that you looked at on cross and redirect. Those were in Miles Guo's desk in the drawer. Did you know that?
You told me that they were there, yeah.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. You were asked some questions on redirect about G fashion. You don't know anything about G fashion, right?
No.
G fashion has nothing to do with why you were hired to testify here today, right?
No.
Okay. And you don't know anything about G clubs as you testified, right?
I don't.
Right. G clubs has nothing to do with why you were hired to testify here today, correct?
Would you like me to clarify why I was hired to testify?
No. I'm just asking a question.
No, I wasn't.
You don't know anything about how the Himalaya exchange ran, correct?
I don't.
Right. That has nothing to do with why you were hired to testify today, correct?
Correct.
And the farm loan program? You don't know how that worked, right?
No.
That has nothing to do with why you were hired to testify here today, correct?
That's correct.
Right. The business opportunities that Miles Guo promoted have nothing to do with why you were hired here to testify today. Correct?
I was hired to testify as an expert in the Chinese intelligence and police agencies. An Operation Fox Hunt.
Right. That has nothing to do with the business opportunities that Miles Guo promoted, correct?
Correct.
And that flag right there, that one, do you recognize that flag?
The United States flag, yes.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
Redirect examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
In all the time that you and I have met and spoken, Mr. Doran, have I ever mentioned G Club?
No.
GDV?
No.
Farm loan?
No.
Himalaya exchange?
No.
Any exchange, for that matter?
No.
The first time any of these phrases were asked of you was?
By Mr. Finkel on cross-examination. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now were you provided transcripts of this trial?
No.
And when Mr. Finkel asked you if you knew about some shipment of masks to Mr. Miles Guo's home, you don't know that to be true, correct?
No knowledge of that at all.
So if Mr. Finkel's statement is correct, do you know how many people at that time during COVID lived in that home?
I don't.
Do you know if the masks were distributed after they got to his home?
I don't.
And by the way, did I ever talk to you about any masks or anything having to do with Mr. Guo? With masks and Mr. Guo?
This is the first time I'm having a conversation about masks.
And that's with Mr. Finkel, right?
Yes.
Did I ask you about what was found in his desk, his drawers, or anything like that?
No.
Did you even know he was brother number 7 of 8 children?
No.
And do you have any particular knowledge about the American flag?
I believe it has 50 stars and 13 stripes.
Well, do you know why you were asked about the American flag?
No idea.
Ms. Schrofa said, nothing further.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said, "Thank you, sir. You may step out of the courtroom."
The witness said, "Thank you. Witness excused."
The court said, "And the defense may call its next witness."
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may I have a moment to go get the witness?
The court said yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Thank you."
Witness sworn.
Ms. Shrofa said, "May I, Your Honor?"
The court said you may.
Lai Dai, called as a witness by the defendant, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Dai, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is GTV?
The court said, "Sir, state your name and spell it."
The witness said, Lai Dai. Laidai.
Mr. Dai, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is GTV?
GTV is a global-wise multimedia platform. And because of the whistleblower movement, it emerged from there. Then Mr. Guo is the main speaker or broadcaster of the platform. And it's promoting the freedom of speech as well as religion, and also it's a bridge between China and Western world. And on that platform, there are a lot of multimedia technology, such as YouTube or G-Talk. And some social media functions.
Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you learned that the members of the whistleblower movement could invest in GTV?
And that is May of 2020, that's when I learned about it.
And how did you learn about it?
On one hand, through the broadcasts of Mr. Guo, and the other is through my comrades. Discussion with my comrades. But at that time I didn't know the investment project is GTV because Mr. Guo in his broadcast has never mentioned it.
When you say you discussed it with did you say? I couldn't hear the word. But do you mean your fellow fighters that you discussed it with?
Yes, they mentioned there is such an investment opportunity.
And when did you have these discussions?
Roughly about May of 2020. It's not really a discussion. I just saw them and heard them talk about this information.
And did you view this as an investment opportunity?
Yes, I view it as an investment opportunity. But at the time I didn't know I was qualified to do this type of investment.
And during that time, in May of 2020, where were you living?
I live in Germany.
And how long have you lived in Germany as of May of 2020?
Roughly about 17 to 18 years.
And before that, where did you live?
I was in China before 2003.
And did you go to school in China?
Yes.
And are you married?
Yes.
Did you meet your wife in China or in Germany?
We were classmates in high school, and we were boyfriend-girlfriend starting in college.
And did she also accompany you when you left China and moved to Germany?
She came 1 year after me.
Mr. Dai, could you tell me where you went to school in terms of college?
I have 2 bachelor degree, one in law and one in MBA management, and in Germany. I have a master degree in law, in Germany.
So did you get the master's degree of law as a student in a German university?
Yes.
Now going back to evaluating the investment opportunity in GTV, could you tell us what steps you took to decide whether or not you wanted to invest in GTV?
First of all, I heard about this opportunity. Then I learned that to have more information about how to invest and I need to communicate with my fellow comrades. Or fellow fighters, to get more information. At that time I chose a famous comrade, her name is Sarah. And I contacted her and inquired about the details of this investment. And I told her I would like to invest $100,000 plus, say, $150,000.
Mr. Dai, who is Sarah?
Sarah is one of the known fellow fighters during the whistleblower movement because she contributed a great deal for this movement.
And does Sarah have a last name that you know of?
Her family name is Wei.
And Mr. Dai, did you want to invest in GTV immediately or did you want to think about it?
I need to see more detailed information to be able to decide if I will invest or not.
And what information did you want to take a look at before deciding whether or not to invest?
I think I would like to see, for example, its business plan for the requirement to the investors and how much money required or any related information to see if I can make a successful investment. And before I knew all this information, it's not possible for me to make a decision. And also personally, I believe it's an interactive, two-way process, because if I wanted to invest, maybe I'm not going to be accepted.
Mr. Dai, did you have any concerns about investing in GTV?
I didn't understand. I didn't understand the interpreter, what he said.
The interpreter said, the interpreter will repeat.
To invest in GTV. As a matter of fact, to do any investment, GTV or not, there's still going to be risk associated with it.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Non-responsive.
The court said, "So sir, the answer is stricken. I want you to listen carefully to the question and then only answer what has been asked of you. Don't add additional information."
The answer is yes.
What were the concerns you had before deciding to invest in GTV?
Just like I said earlier. I need to see the documents of this investment and to see if I have the capacity to do this investment. Yes.
Were you concerned that GTV was a startup company?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection to the leading."
The court said, "All right. So I'm going to permit some leading so that we can be more efficient. Go ahead."
Was one of the concerns that you had that GTV was a startup company?
That's not much of my concern at the time because before I made the investment, GTV has been in existence and operated and I have some experience with it. It was great even though it's a startup company. But the development made me to be very confident about this company.
Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you decided to invest in GTV?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection." Asked and answered.
The court said, "Sustained. Don't answer."
What is it that the GTV platform would carry, according to you?
What's on the GTV platform?
Yes.
GTV has lots of the live stream and also broadcasting functions. And they can also provide social and communication function. And there has already been some digital currencies function so you can also pay when they do the live stream. You can pay up the live streamer.
Were you interested in the news of the live stream that was on GTV?
Yes, I was very interested in the content of those broadcasts.
Could you tell the jury what content it was that interested you?
At that time there was a lot of whistleblower about what the reality is in China, by Mr. Guo. As a Chinese myself, I would like to know and be very interested in this kind of information. He also would provide a lot of new political, economic trends. And also there are a lot of the live stream by other people to do all type of broadcasting, including politics, economics, bodybuild and also gourmet cooking.
Did you think that investing in GTV carried risks?
Yes, there is risk.
Did you think that investing in GTV carried any more or less risk than any other investment?
It's not going to be more risk. It's going to be less risk than others, investment opportunities. And it's also possible to have a higher risk because some of the content it carried are focusing on the CCP and who might want to interfere with the development of the GTV. And GTV, there's a lot of projects that is to also have competitors, so it's very challenging.
Mr. Dai, could you tell the jury what you do for a living now?
Right now I have my own company. I'm doing e-commerce.
And in deciding whether or not to invest in GTV, did you consider any quantitative data?
Yes, at that time Alexa, provided by Amazon, they do the web traffic evaluation. So I look at the GTV's traffic trend, I see it's a very good development trend.
What do you mean by Alexa traffic trend? Could you explain that?
Correct, yes. Because that's specialized in monitoring such particular website. The web traffic that's created online.
Was there any other quantitative data that you looked at before deciding to invest in GTV?
At that time, that's one of the factors that I considered to invest, but more importantly, I have watched carefully, read carefully of those investment documents and the manual. So I think the investment plan very competitive. It's with very good potential and perspective.
Did the fact that GTV not have advertisements on its platform influence your decision to invest in it?
No, that's a good function. Because I do not hope platform with content would be impacted by the advertisers or advertisement because this platform. The aim is to provide the truth as well as the freedom of speech. In addition, without the ad, the user can be more directly pay whoever the broadcaster was for the particular content he or she provided, and so those broadcasters can concentrate on their content to generate more income. So there is their own system generated on this platform.
Did your own experience in e-commerce allow you to explore search rankings and other information related to GTV?
Yes. Because of my work, my business, I'm pretty sensitive to this type.
And how long have you had this business?
My own company. I started in 2012.
Now, Mr. Dai, could you tell the jury how much you invested in GTV?
In GTV, total investment is $155,000, total, US dollars.
Was that the total that you invested?
Yes, total is the value of my stock got from GTV is $155,000 US.
The interpreter said, "Your Honor, may the interpreters have a minute."
The court said, A moment? Okay, go ahead.
Are you ready, Mr. Dai?
Yes.
Okay. What was the first step that you took in your investment in GDV? Could you tell us? And could you just give the translator enough time to translate, please?
Yes, I'm willing to introduce my whole process of investment. First, I get in contact with Sarah. Ask her about relevant investment information.
Okay, let me stop you there. How did you come to contact Sarah?
I contact Sarah through Discord.
And what is Discord?
Discord is a communicating software that fellow fighters use among us.
And after you contacted Sarah, what did you do?
I told her after I told her I was going to invest $155,000, she sent me VOG's information.
And what is VG?
VOG should be Sarah's company.
And did you have an understanding at that time who was permitted to invest directly into GDV?
At that time I did not attend the official investment document into GTV. Obviously Sarah gave me the wrong information.
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
Because I need to invest more than $100,000.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, may we just have a quick sidebar, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Ms. Strofa said, Thank you.
At the sidebar,
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, could you ask the witness if he's having trouble with the headset or the headpiece? Something's not working out correctly from the way he's looking, and he keeps tugging at the right side of his ear. I don't want to bring it up in front of the jury, but I don't know. And we've not had any problems with him before. So,
Mr. Horton said, "Well, for whatever it's worth, I haven't observed him having difficulty with the equipment. The answers are coming quickly. There were 1 or 2 occasions where I thought they weren't responsive. Which has been, in both parties' experience. From time to time with witnesses who are testifying through a different language. So I don't totally see the basis for adjusting the equipment. But my objection, which I was hoping was a quick one, was that I didn't think it matched the question and the way that suggested misunderstanding."
The court said, I don't agree with you. He seems to want to volunteer information that is favorable to Mr. Guo. That's my sense. So he may be just disregarding your questions. I can certainly remind him that he needs to answer what has been asked.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I made a record of what I observed him to be having trouble with. If the government doesn't want to take up my offer, that's fine, but I think he's having trouble with the headset. I didn't say he was having any trouble with the interpretation. I think he's having trouble with the headset.
The court said, so I will make an inquiry about the equipment.
Ms. Strofa said, Thank you.
The court said, okay.
continued on next page. In open court,
The court said, Sir, is the headset equipment working all right?
the witness said, "Earlier, I couldn't hear very clearly, but now is good."
The court said, all right. You may continue.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you contacted Sarah Wei about investing in VG?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection." Asked and answered.
The court said, I'm going to permit the answer. Go ahead.
Yes, I contacted Sarah. She provided me with VOG's investment information. But I did not mean to invest in VOG. I want to invest in GTV.
Mr. Dai, if you could just listen to my question.
The court said, all right. So, sir, it's very important that you listen carefully to the question, and then you answer only what is asked of you. So if you're asked what is your favorite color, let's assume that it's blue, you would say blue. But you don't also say, and my favorite dessert is ice cream. That's volunteering information that has not been asked. Do you understand?
The witness said, "Understood."
The court said, go ahead.
By Ms. Schrofa.
And did Sarah Wei respond to your inquiry about how to invest?
Yes, she did.
And how did she respond?
She sent me a message on Discord, including method to invest in VOG and a link. Within the link, it has some material regarding investing in VOG.
Okay, now did you open the link?
I did.
Did you fill out the forms?
Yes,
Did you send her money?
I did.
How much money did you send Sarah Wei?
$155,000.
And how did you send the money to Sarah Wei?
Through bank transfer.
And did Sarah Wei acknowledge receiving the money?
She kept saying she did not receive the money.
And when Sarah Wei said she did not receive the money, did you take any steps to figure out where that money was?
Yes, I get in contact with my bank to search this transfer information. And I even called the receiver's bank, Wells Fargo, and I contact Sarah many times, ask her to verify this transfer. And she kept telling me that she did not see the transfer.
Okay, Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you just never heard back from Sarah Wei?
Yes, she was slow in response and subsequently, and she
I'm just going to stop you there, okay?
pretty much did not respond me at all.
Okay, did you do anything? Were you concerned that she wasn't responding to you?
At first few days, I was not concerned because I did not realize this was a mistake. Then I soon discovered that the correct way to invest in GTV is get in contact with Mr. Guo and get in contact with investment committee.
Okay, Mr. Dai, was there a reason that you were in a rush?
Correct, because I came to know about the private placement opportunity later on and during the pandemic. And I was very busy with my work and I came to know about the information in May.
And were you worried that if Sarah Wei did not receive the money in time, you would miss out on an opportunity?
Yes, I was very concerned.
The court said, all righty. So it's now 2:30. We'll take our half of an hour break and we'll continue at 3 p.m. Sir, you may step out of the courtroom.
Witness not present.
The court said, don't discuss the case, don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence, don't read, watch, or listen to anything having anything to do with this matter.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything before we resume at 3 p.m.?
Mr. Horton said, not from the government. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Shrofa said, no, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court said, all righty.
Recess. Jury not present.
The court said, please be seated. Ms. Shroff.
Ms. Shrofa said, we tried to work out the issues on the break, but we are having issues of how he's hearing the interpreter.
The court said, is it worked out? In the meantime, Ms. Shroff, consider leading. You may be seated. Well, we're going to have to stand for the jurors, so. All righty. Are we ready?
The interpreter said, interpreter is ready.
The court said, all righty. Let's have the jurors.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Members of the jury, it is 3:07. I was late in bringing you out because we were having some difficulties with the audio, so now we're ready. You may continue.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you, Your Honor.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. Dai, did you ever get back the money that you sent to Sarah Wei?
I received the money from SEC.
After you sent the money to Sarah Wei, you then contacted Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
And you contacted Miles Guo on WhatsApp, is that correct?
Correct.
And on WhatsApp, when you contacted Miles Guo, you got a voice note from him, correct?
Yes.
At that time, you did not actually have a dialogue with Miles Guo, correct?
Before that, no.
And after you got the voice note, let me back up. The voice note was sent to you on WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
And had you used WhatsApp in your work, in your line of work before?
Yes, I have.
And when you got the voice note, you listened to the voice note, correct?
Yes, I heard it.
Then there came a time that Miles Guo or somebody from that number sent you documents, correct?
Yes.
And the documents that was sent to you were about GTV, right?
Yes.
So let me show you what is marked as GXVK4. Do you see this document?
Yes.
And do you recognize it?
Yes.
And do you recognize it to be one of the documents that Miles Guo sent you in the WhatsApp voice note that you got on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, the defense moves GXVK4 into evidence.
Mr. Horton said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendants Exhibit GXVK 4 received in evidence. By Ms. Shrofa.
Can I also show the witness DX60724?
The interpreter said, Your Honor, may I have a minute? Go ahead, please. I cannot see it on my screen.
Ms. Shrofa said, this is just for the witness. The second document is Defense Exhibit 60724. You see that, Mr. Dai?
Yes.
And is this also one of the documents that you received through that voice note that you got from Miles Guo's number?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, the defense moves DX60724 into evidence.
Mr. Horton said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60724, received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
Now, Mr. Dai, if you could take a look at the document on the left side, which is the government exhibit. Do you read English?
I could read some English.
And could you read from the third sentence of the first paragraph? Please read all. Could you read that out loud in English for the jury and keep your voice up, would you, please, Mr. Dai?
Please read all the documents carefully before making a decision. Please be aware that the Chinese version of these documents are for ease of reference. But the English versions are the controlling documents. As such, please complete and return the English versions only, and all information should be completed in English.
When you received this document, did you read it in English?
I read in Mandarin Chinese first, and then I have reference read both English and Chinese version.
Let's start with the document that you read first. The document that you read first is to your right, correct?
Correct.
And the document on the right is a translation of the document on the left, correct?
Correct.
So you read the Mandarin version, and then after that you read the English version, correct?
Correct.
And did you follow the instruction that says that the English version is the controlling document?
Mr. Horton said, objection to the testimony of Ms. Schroff.
The court said, excuse me.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
And as directed, did you complete and return the English versions of this application form?
Yes, I fill the English form and send it back.
Let me show you what is in evidence now as GXVK5. The two documents I showed you previously accompanied this document in the voice note, correct?
Yes.
Did you read this document?
I read it.
And did you read it in English, or did you read it in Mandarin?
I read both versions.
And did you read the entire document in both languages?
Yes.
Let me show you what is now marked as GXVK7. Okay, do you see this document?
Yes.
Could you read the title for the jury, please, and keep your voice up if you can?
Stockholders Agreement.
Could we scroll down, please? And did you read this document?
Yes.
Did you read it in English, in Mandarin, or both?
Both.
Ms. Schrofa said, the defense moves GXVK7 into evidence.
Mr. Horton said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit GXVK 7 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
Let me show you GXVK 8. Did you read this document, the confidentiality agreement?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, at this time we move this version into evidence GXVK 8.
Mr. Horton said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit GXVK 8 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
Now I've gone through several documents with you, Mr. Dai. You received each one of these documents in that voice note, correct?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on. How many times would you say you read each one of these documents?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, we object in view of the court's Tuesday morning ruling.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on.
The court said, okay.
Mr. Dai, what did you do after you read these documents?
After I finished reading those documents, I signed it and I sent the signature page back to the investment committee's WhatsApp number.
And you signed the English version of the document, correct?
Correct.
You first submitted the documents to Voice of Guo, and then, after that you submitted them directly to GTV, correct?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Dai, you did not get anything in return for the $155,000 that you sent to Sarah, correct?
No.
And there came a time in 2021 that you learned that other GTV investors had had the same experience with Sarah Wei, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
The court said, overruled.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, it goes right into Tuesday morning's ruling. If we have to have a sidebar, it flies right into the Tuesday morning's ruling.
The court said, if you'll step up.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, your concern is his just speaking about his own investing experience?
Mr. Horton said, exactly.
The court said, all right, so stick to his experience.
Ms. Shrofa said, they all sued her, so it is their experience. It's not just his experience. He joins a lawsuit, and that has nothing to do with whether or not he's sophisticated or unsophisticated, dumb or smart, litvac or not litvac. She stole his money, he sued her. So what, you can read all you want.
Mr. Finkel said, please address your questions to the judge, not to me. I don't make any decisions here.
Ms. Shrofa said, and we're very grateful for that.
Mr. Finkel said, me too.
The court said, please, 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 Mr. Horton.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, question was about what he had heard from unknown about other investors. Your Honor said the defense shall advance questioning of each witness's own investment experience. That's why I objected.
Ms. Shrofa said, it's not the investing experience. It's the stealing experience. She stole.
The court said, did you want to say something, Mr. Finkel?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, you can ask whether he brought a lawsuit, but I think we cannot go into all the other stuff.
Ms. Shrofa said, how about I ask him if he joined a lawsuit? Germany.
The court said, no.
Ms. Shrofa said, he can't personally because he's in.
The court said, well.
Ms. Shrofa said, how about if I ask if he has knowledge that a lawsuit was brought against Saraway?
The court said, no, no.
Ms. Shrofa said, can I ask him if Saraway stole his money?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, first of all, beyond the relevance of this other lawsuit, it's not clear on that. And getting through, you hear there's something happened with other people that they did. Then we're going to have to make a hearsay objection.
The court said yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, the relevance.
The court said, I understand.
Ms. Shrofa said, the relevance is that they're arguing that Ms. Wei remain a co-conspirator of Mr. Guo all throughout the conspiracy.
Mr. Finkel said, no, we're not.
The court said, just ask a leading question. Ultimately, legal action was brought against Ms. Wei like that.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, sir, if you're asked a yes or no question, just answer yes or no. Do not add any additional information. Do you understand?
The witness said, okay.
The court said, go ahead.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. Dai, did you think that Sarah stole your $155,000?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know if there was a lawsuit filed against Saraway for the return of money?
I know.
And did you know through either this court or any other means that Saraway and Mr. Guo had a falling out?
Mr. Horton said, objection, hearsay. Objection raised at sidebar.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you actually managed to invest in GTV, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Record read back.
Correct.
And how many shares did you receive in exchange for your investment?
I invest in 155,000 shares.
Could we go to GXBR 430, and if I could go to E2983? And if you could highlight that for him. Do you recognize this document and what it shows?
I can see my name on it.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, we move GXBR 430 into evidence.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, may I voir dire?
The court said yes. Voir dire examination.
By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Dai, have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall.
Mr. Horton said, we object.
The court said, all righty, so I'm not going to admit it.
Ms. Shrofa said, may I, Your Honor?
The court said, go ahead.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Do you know if there was an SEC action brought that listed all of the investors that got a refund?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, may we ask that the document be taken down? It was not admitted.
The court said, please take it down.
And were you shown a list of everybody who did get a refund?
Could you repeat?
It's okay. I'll move forward. Mr. Dai, did you get a stock certificate for 155 shares that you purchased in GDV?
Yes.
Now, could you tell the jury if you actually used the GDV platform?
Yes.
And could you tell me when is the first time that you started using the platform?
It should be April 2020.
And you could tell us how often you used it?
5 hour, approximately 5 hours per day.
And is it fair to say, Mr. Dai, when you saw bugs on the platform, you let people know so that the platform could be fixed, correct?
Yes.
You considered yourself an investor in GTV, correct?
Yes.
You considered yourself a user of GTV, correct?
Yes.
And you also considered yourself a tester of the GTV platform, correct?
Yes.
As an investor, you were committed to strengthening the GTV operation platform, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Dai, do you have an understanding of what entity owned GTV before the private placement?
Soraka.
And what is your understanding based on that Soraka-owned GTV?
Soraka should be GTV's parent company, that it has 100% share of GTV.
And that is reflected in the PPM, correct?
Correct.
And you read the PPM, correct?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
And, Mr. Dai, do you have an understanding of what entity was the majority owner of GTV after the private placement?
Soraka.
So before and after the private placement, Soraka was the owner of GTV, correct?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Dai, did you have an understanding about how Soraka control of GTV remained in place even after the private placement?
Mr. Horton said, objection, compound and asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Shrofa said, I didn't ask a single question about control. Mr. Dai, after the PPM, it was Soraka that controlled GTV, correct?
The court said, sustained.
Did you have an understanding of who controlled GTV?
Mr. Horton said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained. Move on.
Was it your understanding, Mr. Dai, that the private placement was a successful one?
Yes.
And, in fact, that was your understanding because it sold more shares than it was expected to sell, correct?
Correct.
And the additional shares that was sold was shares that belonged to Soraka, correct?
Yes.
And when Soraka sold those shares, the money that came from selling those shares went back to Soraka, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
The additional money that came from selling of the Soraka shares went back to Soraka, correct?
Mr. Horton said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may we have a sidebar?
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, this was the same objection that Mr. Ferguson made during the testimony of Mr. Dragon. The witness is being asked to vouch for the truth of essentially a disputed fact. The documents that contain that assertion are not in for their truth. They're in on for the effect on the listener. It's not appropriate in our view to have him ratify their truth through the questions of Ms. Schroff.
Mr. Ferguson said, if I could just add. I don't think there is any document that said they raised a lot more money. But the document just says they were selling 200 million shares. There's no evidence at all that Soraka sold its shares and somehow Soraka didn't send the money payment, which is where they're going ultimately. There's just no basis for this, so we object. There's no personal knowledge.
The court said, what basis would he have to know this?
Ms. Shrofa said, he said he read the PPM. He did his own research. And if Soraka sold the shares, because he knows, it was all over Discord. It was everywhere that the demand for shares was in for greater than what was being sold. So when Soraka, first of all, it's just logical. I don't mean to use the quote. I apologize. If I sold my shares, the money would come back to me. So if Soraka sells its shares, the money goes back to Soraka. It's a basic proposition.
The court said, I just don't think he is in a position to know.
Ms. Shrofa said, they're free to cross him on whether or not he knows or whether he has a basis to know or not.
Mr. Skirik said, and he will say that was his understanding, Your Honor.
Ms. Shrofa said, it is his understanding and therefore, it is his understanding. I'm confused as to why we're not allowed to ask his understanding of what happened after Soraka sold his shares and who got the money.
Mr. Skirik said, we understand the government disputes it. Clearly, it's a fact at issue. But why a witness who was an investor? Studied the PPM is very careful and cautious, can't testify as to his understanding. It goes directly to materiality. It goes to every issue in this case.
The court said, but it's not in the PPM.
Mr. Skirik said, it can be inferred from facts in the PPM. They're free to cross on that, Your Honor, if that's their point of view.
Ms. Shrofa said, it doesn't matter whether it's in the PPM or not. We're asking about his understanding. His understanding may have come from a boat of wisdom from God.
Ms. Murray said, it's hearsay.
Ms. Shrofa said, it's his understanding. You can cross on it.
Mr. Ferguson said, he's not competent to testify to something that he doesn't have personal knowledge of.
The court said, I don't feel that there's any foundation for his knowledge of this at all. Where the money went, that it went back to Soraka, no. So you're going to have to move on.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, sustained.
The witness said, Your Honor, can I add something?
The court said, no, you can't volunteer any information. All you can do is answer a question. And there is no question before you at this time. Go ahead, Ms. Shroff.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. Dai, was Soraka the controller? Was Soraka?
The court said, sustained.
Was the company Soraka discussed on Discord?
The court said, sustained. Sustained.
Did you have any knowledge about Soraka?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, cumulative for the last several questions.
Where did your understanding of Soraka come from?
My understanding of Soraka was from the prospectus.
The court said, all righty. So you've got to move on now.
Mr. Dai, what entity did you send your money to?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Did you send your money to Soraka?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor.
The court said, what is the time period that you're speaking of?
Ms. Shrofa said, at the time of his investment. When he was buying shares, you sent money to Soraka, correct, Mr. Dai?
Yes.
Mr. Dai, when the funds was sent. Was it your understanding? What was your understanding of how that money would be used?
This money would be invested into GTV's development.
And if the money was sent to Soraka, was Soraka free to use its money?
The court said, all righty. No. He has no basis to know what Soraka was free to do or not.
If the money didn't belong to GTV, that entity was free to spend its money any way it chose, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, calls for speculation.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you became aware that the United States Securities and Exchange Commission had seized funds from GTV and was trying to return them to investors?
Mr. Horton said, objection to the characterization and may require sidebar if it's repeated.
The court said, I'm not hearing you, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Horton said, we have an objection to Ms. Schroff's characterization in that question. The court has ruled on this issue.
The court said, you've got to refer to it in the formal way.
Mr. Dai, did you learn that SEC had reached a settlement and therefore had the money that the GTV investors had invested into GTV?
Yes.
And did you receive a refund as a result of that?
Yes.
And did you get a full refund of the money you had invested into GTV?
No.
How much was taken out?
I think there were 7.5% less.
And do you know to whom that 7.5% went?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Did you want the money that you had invested in GTV returned to you, Mr. Dai?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, you can answer that question.
If SEC sees the money, I would wish them to return the money to me. But if it's up to me, I want the money to stay in GTV to help with the normal operating development. I do not want the money to be refunded to me.
Mr. Dai, did there come a time when you learned about an investment that had been made in a hedge fund?
No.
Did you learn about the specific nature of that investment, which was shortening the Hong Kong dollar?
No.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said. He answered no.
Mr. Dai, did you learn about an investment for shortening the Hong Kong dollar?
The court said. He just answered no.
Ms. Shrofa said, I don't think he answered that particular question, Your Honor.
Mr. Horton said, I heard it. The court heard it. I think we should move on.
The court said move on.
Ms. Shrofa said, he did not answer that question, Your Honor.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, it's almost 4 o'clock.
The court said move on.
Do you know what shortening the Hong Kong dollar is?
Yes.
And did you know of any investment in that respect?
Are you referring to GTV?
Yes.
GTV did not invest in shorten the Hong Kong dollar.
Who did?
But I heard Soraka.
The court said. Don't talk about what you heard.
Mr. Horton said, we move to strike the testimony.
The court said, the but I heard part is stricken.
Mr. Dai, did you have an understanding as to who invested in the shortening of the Hong Kong dollar?
Mr. Horton said, objection, foundation.
The court said, sustained.
Did you have an understanding of who invested in the Hong Kong dollar?
The court said, sustained.
Let me show you what is GXV 1158. Okay. Could I go to the next page, please? Could I go back to the first page? Thank you. Mr. Dai. Do you recall watching a video where Mr. Guo talks about investing in Kalbei's fund?
Yes.
In that video, does he talk about an investment in shortening of the Hong Kong dollar?
He mentioned it.
And he mentions also that the loss is Soraka's loss, correct?
Yes.
And it is Soraka who invested in the Hong Kong dollar according to this video, correct?
Yes.
And it is Soraka that bore the loss, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
In your mind at that time when you watched this video, Mr. Dai, was that investment a high-risk investment?
The court said. Which investment?
The investment into shortening of the Hong Kong dollar?
Shorten Hong Kong dollar is a high-risk investment.
Did you have an understanding of what funds Soraka used to make that investment?
The court said, sustained. Sustained. There's no amount of commentary that permits you to get to a question that I have already said you cannot ask.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, he watched this video, which is the transcript.
The court said yes. I understand that, but you are putting words into his mouth.
Did you watch this video, Mr. Dai?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, asked and answered.
And in this video there was discussion about Soraka investment, right?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
From watching this video, did you have any understanding as to whether Soraka made its investment?
The court said, sustained. Sustained. Move on.
Was it your understanding, Mr. Dai, that it was Soraka that made the investment in shortening the Hong Kong dollar?
The court said, all right. You're going to step up now.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, Ms. Shroff, your impertinence is crossing the line and I have to warn you that you must stop this because there are consequences for disregarding the court's ruling.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, this is an exhibit that the government has put into evidence. The exhibit itself speaks to precisely this topic. The government introduced not only the video, but it also introduced the transcript of the video. Mr. Dais testified that he watched the video and was informed by it. So all I'm trying to do is to figure out what his understanding was as a result of watching a piece of evidence that the government introduced into evidence. It was not at our doing. The government introduced it, and he testified that he watched the video. So I'm not quite sure why. I'm not trying to disobey your ruling. I'm trying to figure out why his understanding is something that they would object to. It's not hearsay. It's his state of mind, and it's his state of mind at the time that he watched the video. I'm not trying to be impertinent. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong because it seems like the understanding question seems like a proper one. It doesn't elicit any hearsay.
Mr. Horton said, "Look, there's two issues. The first is that this witness is testifying about the materiality of statements made in connection with an investment. It happened after he invested in GTV is one thing, so we have a relevance objection to that."
The court said, "This is a statement that's made afterwards? That's a problem."
Ms. Shrofa said, "It's only a problem if we're asking for anything other. I'm not asking him if it impacted his investment." Right. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you, watched a TV show, right? You saw the TV show and you had an understanding of what happened. They put in the video. He saw the video. I'm asking his understanding. That's it. What is objectionable about it other than the fact that it harms their case?
Mr. Horton said, "If she wants to do, you watched a TV show and you saw what happened on that TV series of questions. We won't object to that. Did you believe Miles Guo said these things? No objection." She's asking him instead. First it comes in just for the effect, and then it's, "Do you believe that it was true?"
Ms. Shrofa said, "I did not ask if he believed it was true at all, sir."
Mr. Horton said, "I'm starting with relevance, and clearly he is being asked to be a mouthpiece for hearsay. The notion that there's nothing to it, the court has sustained like 4 objections in a row. If there's nothing to it, we're now delaying endlessly Your Honor's ruling. Your Honor's ruling was limit questioning to each witness on investment experience. This is a question to a witness about a statement by Miles Guo after the investment."
The court said, "To the extent that it comes after the statement that video could not have influenced the investment decision."
Ms. Shrofa said, "And therefore it does not go to reliance, and therefore they have no reason to object to it at all." What I'm trying to show is that he looked. Let me try it this way. The government showed these same videos to its witnesses, right, who they called victim. And they asked them what was the impact on them. So why is it in good for the goose and not the gander? I'm not trying to disregard anything this court is saying. And I ask Mr. Skirek to help me out. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. If he can do it, why can't I?
Mr. Horton said, "First of all, reliance has no place in this criminal trial. Look, at the risk of repeating myself. He's being asked to endorse the truth of Mr. Guo's statements in the defense case in a matter that's irrelevant. I believe that's why the court has ruled multiple times in a row. And Ms. Shroff has quite really steamrolled Your Honor's ruling. We are here at sidebar because she asked the same question multiple times after you sustained the same objection to the same question."
Ms. Shrofa said, "And I've asked the same question multiple times because you've done the same questioning with your witnesses."
The court said, "Right? But my ruling with respect to your witness is that you should limit your questions to his investing experience, not the post-investing experience."
Ms. Shrofa said, "If he watched any of Miles Guo videos after the investment period closed, and it reinforced his belief in the investment or all, so the government is not going to be able to show him 6 videos afterward and ask him, right, hey, did this change your mind? Did this tell you that Miles Guo was lying? Does this video tell you that it was really a cult he was investing in?" They're not going to be able to do that either, right? Because they've done it with every witness.
Mr. Horton said, "Your Honor, the court's ruling, I'll permit the defense to ask its non-victim witnesses. And that's in quotes, about what information they considered and what weight they gave to various statements, and yes, doing all of that in deciding to invest. So, first of all, this is not in deciding to invest. Second of all, if Ms. Shroff wants to ask him, what weight did you give to what Miles Guo said, this was the truth. That's fine."
Ms. Shrofa said, "Ms. Shroff is trying to figure out why it is that after the SEC returned his money this man still wanted to invest. One of the reasons he didn't want the SEC to give him his money back is because Mr. Guo did nothing wrong. The investment was Soraka, and it was Soraka's money to do with us Soraka chose. That is his understanding. I know you don't like the understanding, but Ms. Shroff is not trying to steamroll anyone. Ms. Shroff is just trying to defend her client in exactly the same way that you're defending yours."
Mr. Finkel said, "That's exactly what Your Honor precluded is that exact point. his view of whether he was defrauded or whether GTV or Soraka used the money incorrectly. His intent? This witness's intent, just like the other victims, their intent was not relevant. What matters is Miles Guo's intent. And that's why we introduced this video, because it speaks to Miles Guo's intent. Because when Miles Guo was making the statement, we are going to argue that he knew they weren't truthful because he knew that he used investor money to invest in payments. That intent matters. Reliance, which Ms. Schroff has used to justify the relevance of this witness, has no place in a criminal fraud trial. Which this is. This witness's testimony, as Your Honor already held, is relevant insofar as it speaks to materiality, which is to say the information he considered and the weight he gave that information when deciding to invest. That's a quote I believe directly from Your Honor. This is post-investment. They're trying to vouch for the truth of what their client said. That's improper. Your Honor already ruled that this shouldn't happen.
Mr. Skirik said, right before this series of questions, Your Honor. Ms. Schroff spent several questions trying to ask precisely what Mr. Finkel just described, which was what his understanding was at the time he was making the investment. What his understanding was about who the money was going to, Soraka or GTV. And for what purpose, and who had control of the money, and what use could be made of that money. And they objected to the point where we couldn't explore that issue at all. And to hear Mr. Finkel describe that and read from Your Honor's ruling, I think just reinforces that line of questioning going back to the May period of time which we tried to explore before. It is entirely proper, and it's frankly the key issue in this case.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, they did get that in.
Ms. Schroff said, we didn't.
Mr. Finkel said, Excuse me, Ms. Schroff.
The court said, 1 minute. Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor. They did get that in. Did you read this document? He said yes. Did you read it in Mandarin or in English? Did you read the PPM? I read it in Mandarin and English. Did you think it was risky? What research did you do? We didn't object to that because that went to materiality. That was Your Honor's ruling.
The court said, I'm not going to permit this post-investment line of questioning.
Ms. Schroff said, Your Honor, we didn't get to. If the court wants to, it can. But every question we ask about his understanding of whether or not Soraka sold his shares pre-investment. Soraka invested. If Soraka got its money back, the government objected to every one of those questions.
The court said, he has no basis to.
Ms. Schroff said, I wasn't allowed to explore his basis because they objected. I tried to ask if he had any basis to know that from Discord, from his own resource, from anything that he investigated about Soraka. They objected to every single question about that. And as Mr. Skirik says, this is a point that we think it's proper for multiple reasons. And I can understand why the government doesn't want this evidence in. It's clear. But that does not make it irrelevant. And actually I said that it could not be reliance because this testimony is post-investment. So obviously it's not about reliance. So I don't know why Mr. Finkel is talking about reliance at all. The question that he objected to went to reliance, went to what scope of knowledge and information this witness.
Mr. Skirik said, not reliance, but what information he had access to and what his understanding was at the time. And he couldn't get it into it.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor ruled I think 3 times now. We're happy to be heard more if you'd like.
The court said, I don't want to hear more from any of you.
Continued on next page. In open court, the witness said, Your Honor, please give me a chance to. Earlier there was a question.
The court said, Sir, at this time there is no question before you, and you can only answer questions that I permit you to answer. Go ahead.
By Ms. Schroff.
That's how it works in the United States, so we have to listen to the judge and move forward, okay? Mr. Dai. Let me ask you something. Were you a member of G Clubs?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury, please, what is G Clubs?
G Club is club, provide high-end life experience and events, let people join events together. Offered opportunities for fellow fighter in the whistleblower movement join. G Club is symbol of identity. We are very happy to join the club to join with people share common faith.
Mr. Dai, what did you mean when you said symbol of identity? Could you tell us?
It's a membership eligibility. It can provide various benefits.
Ms. Shrofa said, I can't tell if he's still speaking, Your Honor. It's too far.
Mr. Horton said, is there a question pending?
The court said, Ms. Shroff.
Ms. Shrofa said, I couldn't tell if he had finished. That's why I asked the court. Mr. Dai, did G Club give you a place to meet people who were of symbol culture?
A place to meet.
Did G Club give people, let me rephrase that. Were the membership in G Clubs reflected a similar mission and similar interest?
G Club in fact is open to all and they can buy the membership and enjoy the different benefits.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Shrofa.
Mr. Dai, how did you learn about G Clubs?
Initially from Mr. Guo's live stream.
And by live stream, can you tell me what you mean by live stream?
Mr. Guo mentioned in his live broadcast that there is such a club called the G Club, and people can join.
And were you interested in following up and learning more about G Club membership?
Yes, I was interested, and I came to know more.
And did you buy a membership in G Club?
Yes.
And what level of membership did you decide to buy?
Tier 5.
And how much did you pay for a Tier 5 membership?
$50,000.
And when you filled out the application form to get membership in G Club, did you do it online?
Yes.
And on what web browser did you fill out the application?
Should be Chrome.
And maybe my question was inartful. I'm sorry. Did you go on the G Club's website to fill out the application?
Yes, on G Club.
And did the application form have a series of questions?
Yes.
And did you fill out each answer online?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Yes.
And after you answered each one of the questions, did you have to agree to the terms of the membership?
You need to.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. What did you say?
The court said, he said, you need to.
Okay. And you in fact did that, right? You put in the check mark?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
Did you put in the check mark?
The court said, so don't repeat the questions, please.
Yes.
And did you get a confirmation that you are now being considered for membership in G Clubs?
Yes.
And you were told, were you not, on that application website that if you wanted to cancel, you had 14 days to cancel your application for membership, correct?
Yes.
And did there come a time when you got confirmation, electronic confirmation that your membership in G Clubs was good and ready for use?
Yes, I received a confirmation email.
And at that time you did not get any confirmation that you were going to get GTV shares because you got membership in G Clubs, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Argumentative.
The court said, overruled.
G Club and GTV seems to be not related at all.
Thank you. Now could you tell the jury what benefits you got for being a member of G Club?
G Club can provide some G Fashions purchase discount. For example, on my tier, I have a 50% discount.
Let's just stay with G Fashion for 1 minute, okay? Sitting here today, Mr. Dai. Do you remember when you became a member of G Club?
I suppose it is end of October 2020.
And since October of 2020, have you shopped G Fashion?
Yes, I have.
And do you shop G Fashion just for yourself or also for your wife?
For me and my wife and my family.
And how many other members are there in your family?
2 kids.
And did G Clubs also have benefits for its members on hotel discounts?
Yes.
And did G Clubs also have benefits for Formula One games at the Grand Prix in Monaco?
Yes.
Did G Clubs have travel discounts?
Yes.
And did G Clubs have sweepstakes each year?
Yes.
And did G Clubs have a newsletter, Mr. Dai?
Yes, through email, newsletter through email.
And did you get those newsletters?
Yes.
Did you read them?
Yes, I have.
And are you a member of G Clubs now?
Yes.
And have you ever had any problems with your G Club membership?
No.
And do you pay annual dues on your G Club membership today, in 2024?
Yes.
And how do you pay your annual fee? Using what?
I use the Himalaya Exchange, HDO, $.
Okay, so that's a good segue. Let's talk about the Himalaya Exchange now, okay? Mr. Dai, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how did you first become aware of the Himalaya Exchange?
First time I learned about Himalaya Exchange was supposed to be the end of 2020 or the beginning of 2021. And I also heard that from live stream from Mr. Guo.
This live stream, on what platform was the live stream?
GTV.
You know what? Actually, I apologize. How much money did you spend on G Fashion? I forgot to ask you. My bad.
My estimate is about $20,000.
Okay. And what clothing did you buy clothing or something else?
I have bought different things. Clothes, jewelry.
And have you been satisfied with the quality of the clothing?
Yes, satisfied.
And are you satisfied or happy with the jewelry you bought?
Satisfied, and I like them.
And did you keep them or did you return them?
I have kept them.
Okay. Now sorry about having to go back, but I was asking you about the Himalaya Exchange, right? Where did you first hear about it, on what platform?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Ms. Shrofa said, actually, I didn't have an answer. I went back to G Fashion, so...
The court said you may answer.
Supposed to be through GTV, Mr. Guo's live stream. That's the first time I heard about Himalaya Exchange.
Mr. Dai, would it be fair to say that you listened to lots of Mr. Guo's live streams?
Yes.
Sitting here today, would you be able to say you listened to all of them?
I'm not totally certain.
And eventually you came to understand that the Himalaya Exchange was a cryptocurrency platform, correct?
Correct.
And you knew from Miles Guo's broadcasts or from some other means that the system of Himalaya Exchange was going to be built in multiple stages, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection to form, Your Honor. Compound question.
Ms. Shrofa said, I'm happy not to lead.
Mr. Horton said, that's not the objection. Compound question, calls for hearsay.
The court said, lead but in not compound sentences.
By Ms. Shrofa.
You wanted to know how the Himalaya Exchange would function, correct?
Yes.
And you had an understanding that the system was going to be built in multiple stages, correct?
Yes.
And that HCN and HDO could be traded on the Himalaya Exchange, correct?
Yes.
You were attracted to the exchange because it had good security, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that the exchange was developing an internal blockchain that would ultimately connect to the Ethereum blockchain, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that while it was similar to Bitcoin, there was an added layer of security on the Himalaya Exchange, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, objection to the testimony.
And how did you know that, Mr. Dai?
The court said, overruled.
This detailed information, I was looking at the white paper issued by the Himalaya Exchange.
Could you tell us?
And then.
Go ahead. Sorry. I didn't know he wasn't done.
Then also, when I'm using that in the Himalaya Exchange, I confirmed those functions.
Okay, let's talk about the white papers. Where did you find the white papers on the Himalaya Exchange?
On the Himalaya Exchange website. They have the corresponding HCN or HDO page and where you can download all the white papers.
Did you download all of them?
Yes, I did.
How many were there, do you recall, that you downloaded?
For HDO and HCN, Chinese and English, so total at least 4 different documents.
I'm sorry. Just to be clear. Were they 4 documents in English and 4 documents in the Chinese language?
What I meant to say was HDO white paper has English and Chinese and HCN also has English and Chinese white paper.
Did you read in both languages or just one?
I read both in both languages.
Could you tell the jury how logging into the Himalaya Exchange system compares to your experience registering for a bank account in Europe or in Germany?
The Himalaya Exchange, when I registered, compared to register a bank account in Europe. It's a little more complicated because the security confirmation too, like the MT, money laundering and others. It's a lot of the terms and lot of the documents, and also, for ID verification, it's more strict comparatively. In Europe, when I open a bank account, it's easier after identify ID.
Mr. Dai, did you also register your company for an account on the Himalaya Exchange?
Yes.
And in doing that, did you have to submit original documents with notaries and stamps to the engineering department before you could register your company?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you started to use the Himalaya Exchange?
Yes, I'd be using it.
Since when?
Since after the registration. That would be April 2021.
And what is it about the exchange that you liked?
Because it enables me to invest in cryptocurrency, and also the HDO, it sort of relate to the US dollars. And I can invest because the HDO has the fluctuation in price. And also through HDO to purchase. And so the whole transfer and operations were very quick and convenient.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may I just have one moment, please?
The court said, okay.
Mr. Dai, could you tell the jury why you registered 2 accounts, a personal account and a company account, on the Himalaya Exchange?
For the business account, because I think that in the future, the company, when they're making sales, I can use the Himalaya Exchange to collect the payment.
And what does it mean to say that you could top off your account on the exchange through your bank account?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Could you transfer US dollars to your exchange account to purchase HDO?
Yes, I can.
And once you have the HDO, you could convert the HDO into HCN, correct?
Yes.
And how much money did you invest into the cryptocurrencies on the Himalaya Exchange?
Altogether, over 300,000 US dollars.
And is it fair to say that because you were a GTB investor, you had an opportunity to make a priority purchase of the coins for 10 cents per coin?
Correct.
And you purchased 200,000 HCN, and that cost you $20,000, correct?
For 200,000 HCN, it would be 200, it will be $20,000.
$20,000. My bad. My math is off. $20,000, right? And you did that, right?
Yes.
Did you also purchase on the secondary market?
Yes.
How much of your purchase was on the secondary market compared to the initial purchase, or the priority purchase?
300,000 US dollars, roughly.
And at what price point on the secondary market did you purchase HCN?
Roughly from $6 to up to $40 US, anywhere in between.
And how did you decide what purchase points at which to purchase HCN?
Because HCN price have been increasing, and so I thought there are a lot of potential to grow. So I continue to purchase on the secondary market.
Mr. Dai, have you been satisfied with your investments in the cryptocurrency on the Himalaya Exchange?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
And is that because HCN continues to grow?
Correct.
And as an investor, you wanted to capture the growth momentum, correct?
Correct.
And did there come a time when you tried to take money out of the Himalaya Exchange?
I have.
And can you tell the jury about your experience with that process, please?
To HCN change to the HDO and then HDO to US dollars, 1-to-1. So then I can take the US dollars out into my own bank account to receive US dollars.
And how many times have you redeemed HCN?
About 5 times altogether.
And by the way, before you started redeeming it, did you do a test run to see if it worked?
Yes, the first time I tried it, it was for testing.
And was that a successful test run?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble with the exchange?
Mr. Horton said, Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Dai, have you heard the phrase that HCN is backed by gold?
HCN does not have any backup with gold, not mentioned in the white paper.
Have you heard the phrase HCN to the moon?
Yes, I have.
Do you think that has anything to do with HCN or the value of HCN?
That's not a direct influence, because I think it's, for the HCN customers, it's their mission. But for the HCN development trend, seems like it's growing.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, just one moment. Let me show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit 60740. Ms. Shrofa said, and if I could not have the jury see it right now, please. And if you could just flip through that. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I can.
And what is it, sir?
This is AHPay software, a screenshot.
And whose account is it a screenshot of?
It's my account screenshot.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, we move the document into evidence at this time.
Mr. Horton said, No objection.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Defendant's Exhibit 60740 received in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, "So let's show the first screen to the jury."
By Ms. Schrofa.
Mr. Dai, we're having some technical issues, so while they're trying to fix that, let me ask you something. Do you know when these photographs were taken?
Last night.
I'm sorry?
Last night.
Do you know around what time?
About 7 to 8 or 9 to 10 p.m.
Okay. And who took these screenshots?
Myself. Myself.
And did you use your cell phone to take screenshots of your own cell phone?
Yes.
And do these photos reflect the process by which you would sign on to Himalaya Exchange?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. I'll try it a different way. Do you have a Himalaya Exchange app on your iPhone?
This is a Himalaya Pay app.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Okay. Your Honor, we're having some technical difficulties. May I just have a second?"
The court said yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Thank you." Okay, here we go. Does that work for you? Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and hopefully the jury can see it? Okay, let's look at the first page. Could you tell me what that is? Ms. Schrofa said, "Actually, could we go to the next?"
Himalaya Pay app's top page, or the front page.
Okay, and can we?
Before I get on the web.
Okay, and you see that little sign down there that says login, correct?
Yes.
And is the first step where you log in?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at the next screen, shall we? And this screen tells you this is where you put in your password, correct, and your email, right? Email, password. Correct?
Correct.
And these two boxes tell you that you have to agree to the terms and conditions of the exchange before you can sign on. Right? Sign on to HPay, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next screen would show you putting in your Gmail information, right? Your personal information is not there, but your password is shown, correct?
Yes.
And you have to tick you're not a robot, and then you hit login, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's look at the next screen where you've marked I'm not a robot, correct? And then we go to the next screen after that. And tell us what this screen shows. Could you tell the jury what this screen shows?
So this one shows its secondary verification and there is a one-time security code is sent to my cell phone.
Okay, so once you get that security code, where do you put it in on the next screen?
So in the center here, there is the one to fill in the code.
Okay, and this is I'll move on. Let's look at the next page, okay? And where it says resend, right? You see a number? It says 38S, right? But below that, before I get there, I'm sorry. Actually, let me go to the box on the left. And it says to enter a 6-digit code, correct?
Yes.
And the 6-digit code, is it sent to your cell phone number?
Correct.
Okay, and what does it mean where it says 38S?
That means that's the first time it's sent, and you have to wait for 60 seconds before it's sent a second time. So this is counting back to 38 seconds.
Okay, let's look at the next screen, right? And it now shows 32 seconds, correct?
Correct.
On the resend. And then on the next slide of Himalaya Pay, what does this show you?
This is where is my Face ID is verifying.
Okay, and is that why it's buffering at the bottom over there?
Correct.
Okay, let's go the next page. And this is all on your cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what this page shows?
This page shows a Himalaya Pay. After I load it at the top page, it shows in Himalaya Pay HCN and HDO's balance.
And what is your HCN balance?
54,112.
And what does it mean on the left side where it says 1 HCN equals 19.959 US dollars?
This means the Himalaya exchange, the real-time HCN price is 1 HCN equals 19 US dollars and 95 cents.
Okay, and then the corresponding on the right, it's how much you have, right, in your HPay account?
Correct.
Okay, and what about the line below that says HDO?
So the HDO underneath here is the H dollar balance.
Okay, and what's your H dollar balance?
Is 8.98.
Let's look at the next page. And what is it that you're trying to do here on the screen?
This is that enable me to transfer the Himalaya Pays balance to the Himalaya exchange.
Okay, So how does it work? What does the word token mean?
This token meant HDO or HCN. So it's corresponding to whatever the cryptocurrency type. So I can choose HDO or HCN.
Okay. And on this particular screen, what did you choose?
HDO.
Okay. Let's look at the next screen. And what does that show you? Could you tell the jury?
This is to enable me to invite others for a payment.
Okay. Let's look at the next page. What part of the app is this?
This is the account setting page.
And let's go to the next screen. And tell us what this shows.
This one shows that all the transaction record through Himalaya Pay.
Okay. So let's flip to the next page. And you see that where it says gift card redemption?
Yes.
And who is that from?
This one is what I use to purchase G-Fashion clothes.
Okay. And what is the incoming transfer under column below or the row below? Sorry.
This is to change the Himalaya balance into the HPay wallet.
Okay. And we could keep going to the next page. And what does this show?
This one is through the HDO on G-Fashion, when I made a purchase, that's the detail.
And let's go to the next page. And what does this show?
This is what I transfer HCN to.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may we ask the interpreter to speak up because it's very hard to hear.
The court said, all righty. If the interpreter would please speak up.
The interpreter said, We're switching, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's like a red envelope.
The court said, Is there a question?
Ms. Shrofa said, Oh, I thought she said it was a red envelope. Is that what she said?
The interpreter said, Actually, if we can make an application, we would like to reinterpret the previous question. Thank you.
The court said, Okay. Go ahead.
The interpreter said, I need a moment. I'm ready. Could you repeat the answer? Actually, the question, please. The question.
The court said, The question.
Ms. Shrofa said, Okay.
The court said, All right. Would you read back the question?
Record read.
This page shows that a transfer record from me to a friend.
And before I heard you say this is a red envelope. What does that mean?
Yes, you can see under what I wrote in Chinese, the money got a rise on the 5th day of New Year. This is a red envelope.
What does red envelope mean to you?
This is the cultural tradition between Chinese people during the Lunar New Year that they will send red envelope to each other to show their best wishes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. And this shows that a transaction is complete. It tells you the transaction status, correct?
Correct.
It shows you the time of the transaction being complete, right?
Correct.
And then it shows you the transaction number, correct?
Correct.
And it shows you the receiver's account, so the person who is getting the money, correct?
Correct.
And then it gives you the receiver's name, correct?
Yes.
And what does it mean on that note that says you are the one?
This is from me to my wife, in fact.
Okay, fair enough.
This is my first transaction on Himalaya Pay.
All right. So let's go to the next page. And this is where you send money to someone and you're saying, best wish to your family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let's look at the last sheet here. And you said you took this screenshot yesterday in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And when you took this screenshot on your cell phone, is this the warning that showed up?
Correct.
And you get that warning from HPay, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Dai, how long have you been using the HPay app that we just reviewed here?
Since the early 2022, where you saw the first transaction.
Okay. So that would be February 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's see if we can show you the video, please. Mr. Dai, while they're trying to put this up, did you make 2 videos yesterday?
Yes.
And what are they videos of?
I used Himalaya Pay, logging in and show the functions within. Another one is that I used Himalaya Exchange on the computer, I log on and show the functions within.
And how did you make the video?
I used the iPhone and the computer. Both have recording functions.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, we move both videos into evidence at this time.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, just given the time, to the extent they're not cumulative of the screenshots we've just seen. We wouldn't object, but if it's just a video of the screenshots, we would.
The court said, Is it cumulative?
Mr. Horton said, also, we haven't seen the exhibit that's being offered, so we'd have to see it first.
Ms. Shrofa said, it was sent to you yesterday.
Mr. Horton said, well, what I mean.
Ms. Shrofa said, it's not cumulative, Your Honor, as, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Horton said, we haven't been shown the exhibit that's being offered, so as is typical practice throughout this trial. We'd ask that the party show the proposed exhibit to us before offering it. It sounds like it would be cumulative. But we haven't seen it.
The court said, all right, so you first need to show it to the prosecution.
Ms. Shrofa said, we sent it to them.
Mr. Horton said, the objection is not that it wasn't produced. It's that it hasn't been shown to the parties before being offered, as every other exhibit was throughout trial.
The interpreter said, Counselor, we're having trouble hearing you. If you could speak into the mic, please.
Ms. Shrofa said, should I show it to the court and the government, Your Honor?
The court said, go ahead.
Ms. Shrofa said, can you see it?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, this appears to be the video of the screenshots we've already seen. We object as cumulative.
Ms. Shrofa said, just one moment.
Mr. Horton said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, is there something new in the video that we have not already seen?
Ms. Shrofa said, so can we play this so that the government can decide if this too, in their mind, is cumulative? Your Honor, I just want to put for the record, DX60741 is a video of the HEX website, 60742 is the video of the use of HPay, and 60743 is a video of somebody actually making a HDO transfer on the exchange. So those are not cumulative of each other. And I'm happy to discuss further at the sidebar if the court wishes.
Mr. Horton said, if I could have just 1 second, Your Honor, please. No objection, Your Honor. I assume we're not going to cover ground that's already been covered.
The court said, so Mr. Horton, we're just not able to hear you because you're so far from the mic. I want the reporter to get everything that you say.
Mr. Horton said, I apologize. No objection. I assume we're not going to cover ground that was previously covered.
The court said, okay, so they are admitted.
Defendants Exhibits 60741, 60742, 60,743, received in evidence.
The court said, are you going to play them now?
Ms. Shrofa said, if that's possible, Your Honor. Or we can do them Monday.
Court said, no. Let's get going.
Ms. Shrofa said, all right. Well, let's play them for the jury. Let's play the last one first, shall we?
By Ms. Shrofa.
Okay. Mr. Dai, tell us what this is.
This is my account from Himalaya Pay and transfer HDO into Himalaya Exchange. Here I transfer 7 HDO.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, we object. We were shown a lengthy video. This was not part of it. None of the lawyers.
The court said, so I did not see this either. So you need to first play it for the attorneys and then...
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. Sorry, we can show it to them separately.
The court said, is that it?
Ms. Shrofa said, yes.
Mr. Horton said, if we could have a brief sidebar on this document, Your Honor.
The court said, all right.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor. This video we just saw for the first time has a calendar on it indicating that it was made yesterday. The government doesn't object provided that, and I'm sure this is not something that the defense will do. But just to be sure, they're not going to make any argument that because the Himalaya Exchange is working today, happens to be based out of Abu Dhabi right now, run by William J. that makes it somehow okay or legal, in other words. They'd be arguing that because we didn't stop the exchange, not going to the government's investigative techniques and choices, that it would make it okay. Assuming they're not going to argue anything along those lines, which I hope is the case, then we don't have an objection.
Mr. Kamarju said, I just didn't hear the last thing you said about investigative techniques.
Mr. Finkel said, so as you know, the government's investigative techniques and choices are not on trial. So whether the government has chosen to, for example, take down the Himalaya exchange or whether it exists in Abu Dhabi and run by William J. Yi at the moment. Those are questions that aren't for the jury to consider. So provided those arguments aren't made, the government has no objection. It's a nuanced point.
Mr. Kamaraju said, we're not going to argue that the government elected to let the Himalaya exchange keep going and so that's some evidence of.
The court said, legitimacy?
Mr. Kamaraju said, legitimacy or whatever.
The court said, I don't understand why any of this is relevant. What is happening today? I don't understand why you have an objection to all of this conduct that has nothing to do with the allegations in the indictment.
Mr. Skirik said, well, Your Honor, he testified that he started using HPay app in February of 2022.
Ms. Shrofa said, but that's part of.
The court said, right. So if that's the case, show him the video from February of 2022, not from today.
Mr. Skirik said, the transaction history and the screenshots we just showed. And the live use of the app that reflect those transactions is 2024.
Ms. Murray said, on this particular video, Your Honor, we completely agree the primary basis is a relevance objection. Particularly if what they're showing in the new video is a transaction that took place yesterday. That has nothing to do with this witness. If it were relevant, which it is not, it would be cumulative of the exhaustive walkthrough we did of the sign-in process for the HPay app.
Ms. Shrofa said, which is exactly how the Southern District prosecutors do it. And I'm going from one who is now an ex-prosecutor and therefore, it is being done exactly in the Southern District way, which is what Leonard Joy for years taught us. That the best way to beat the government is to act like the government. So that is why. But number 2. The fact that if a video was made yesterday or in 2022, all he's doing is having a demonstrative to show how easy it is to walk through it. And he's entitled to show that because it's exactly the same process. And if you think it's not the same process, you can cross him.
The court said, so to the extent that the current video reflects 2022, then it is relevant. But I don't understand why the other stuff that happened last night is relevant. But let's show the videos and get it over with.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you.
Continued on next page. In open court.
Ms. Shrofa said, all right. Just so that we can show this to the jury, could we just play it? Mr. Dai. I'm not going to ask you any questions and just let it play, okay? If that's all right with the court, Your Honor?
The court said yes. Go right ahead.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay.
Media played.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you. You can take that down.
Mr. Horton said, is there a question pending?
Ms. Shrofa said, yes. We're pulling up the last video.
Media played.
Ms. Shrofa said, and if we can just pause here.
By Ms. Shrofa.
And can you just tell us, what does this screen show?
Here shows the date range 2 months, the trend of HCN in recent 2 months.
Ms. Shrofa said, and if we can fast forward it along a little bit, please.
Media played.
Ms. Shrofa said, now if I could just have you pause just there. On the Himalaya Exchange website, you can see all of your transactions from the very beginning, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. Let's just keep moving.
Media played.
Ms. Shrofa said, and if you can pause there on the trade. It would show you all your open orders all the way back to when you first opened your account, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
How about your order history? I didn't ask that.
Mr. Horton said, objection, relevance.
All the way back to February of 2022, it would show all of your order history, correct?
The court said, you may answer.
Yes.
And it would show your trading history and your portfolio, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, could I go back to that screen? I'm sorry, Jorge. Okay. And you see the rest of the information there. It would take you back all the way to the very inception of your account, correct?
The court said, asked and answered.
Ms. Shrofa said, I'll move forward, Your Honor. Keep playing, please.
Media played.
Ms. Shrofa said, and could you go back for a minute? What is the first date on the left-hand side? Ms. Shrofa said, could you go down, please? I'm sorry. I have the wrong. Could you scroll down, please? On the left. Keep scrolling down. You see at the bottom there?
Now I can see.
Could you read?
Yes.
Okay. And what's that date?
September 12, 2022.
Okay. And that's because that's how you write your dates in Germany. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. We can keep going further.
The date and the small point in Germany were different.
I understand.
The court said, all righty. It is now 5 p.m. Members of the jury, our work has come to an end for the day. And now you have that long weekend to look forward to. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't read, listen to, or watch anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this trial. I wish you a wonderful weekend.
Jury not present.
The court said, sir, you may step out of the courtroom.
Witness not present.
The court said, please be seated. Ms. Schroff, how much more of this witness do we have?
Ms. Shrofa said, I think maybe 15 to 20 minutes. I don't anticipate longer than that, Your Honor. Maybe 20 minutes.
The court said, is there anything that anyone would like to raise before we break?
Ms. Shrofa said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, just a few things, Your Honor. So with respect to scheduling. Appreciate Ms. Schroff's estimate that this witness will be done after about 3 hours of direct Monday morning. We'll move on to the subsequent witnesses. I don't know whether the defense will rest on Monday absent Mr. Guo's testimony at this stage, given how long the afternoon has taken. But were they to rest on Monday and Mr. Guo decides not to testify, we wanted to confirm that closings would proceed on Tuesday. To that point as well.
The court said, I'm sorry, you want to confirm that?
Ms. Murray said, closings would be on Tuesday. If the defense rests on Monday, the defendant doesn't testify and the government has no rebuttal case. We just wanted to confirm whether closings would be on Tuesday.
The court said yes. At 9 o'clock on Monday we will have our charging conference.
Ms. Murray said, okay. And then I guess an additional question is whether the court might consider asking the defense to identify a time on Sunday. Perhaps noon. By which they will advise the court and the government whether Mr. Guo intends to testify so the government can adequately prepare. For efficiency.
The court said, so that would be very helpful, considering that we have just next week and I don't want to lose these jurors.
Mr. Kumraju said, excuse me, Your Honor. I will confer with Mr. Guo over the next few days and provide an answer to the government and the court. Obviously it is ultimately his choice, he can change his mind. But I will certainly represent to the court and the government by 12 p.m. on Sunday what his understanding is and what his intention is at that time.
The court said thank you.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, actually, I think it should be 1. Because of the MDC weekend hours, could we have until 1?
The court said yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you.
The court said, anything further?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, just one issue. Just related to the sidebar. I just want to make sure I understand the defense's position, so we don't have to brief it needlessly. It's not just that the government techniques in terms of whether to take down the Himalaya exchange. To the extent it could, it's in Abu Dhabi. But I assume the defense is not going to argue that the mere fact that it exists online today is somehow relevant to what Mr. Guo intended when he made misrepresentations. And so I just want to confirm that understanding that the defense won't make such an argument.
The court said, well, whether or not they make that argument, now that the jury has seen the videos and heard the testimony, they will naturally be wondering why it is still existing.
Mr. Finkel said, right? Which may require an instruction about whether it's relevant to the charges if it exists or not. And the government wants to think about that, But there's still a difference, I think, Your Honor, between just the jury hearing some evidence and the defense arguing about it in closing. And so I just want to confirm to see whether there is an issue, which we may need to brief if there is, that the defense won't argue that the existence of the Himalaya exchange today, the fact that it exists today, or G clubs, for that matter, because there's testimony about that too. G clubs is in receivership, that those concepts will not be argued to show that these were legitimate enterprises because they presently exist today, which isn't relevant.
The court said, Mr. Kamraju?
Mr. Kamraju said, "We don't intend to argue either one of those things, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "The word intend is a tricky one."
Mr. Kamraju said, "I'm sorry, Your Honor. Since I'm the only one who's going to do the argument, I will not make that. If that makes Mr. Finkel feel better."
Mr. Finkel said, "It does. Thank you. I guess last, Your Honor, and actually, we just discussed this. I think to the extent the court is interested in setting time limits for closing arguments, the parties have a joint proposal for the court, which is closings for the government and the defense would each be 3 hours, and then a rebuttal, which I think would allow us to finish all the arguments on Tuesday, which seems to be where we're heading. And then I guess Your Honor would charge them on Wednesday, and we'd go into deliberations.
The court said, that's fine. And if you confer and decide you wanted to make those summations shorter, that also would be fine.
Mr. Finkel said, I know, but we have to talk about all these videos and logging into the Himalaya exchange. No. I'm kidding. There's a lot to go through. But Your Honor's point is well taken, and certainly something I and my colleagues will be thinking about this weekend. I'm sure the defense will too. Happy July 4th.
The court said, Happy July 4th to everyone.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamraju said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Adjourned to July 8, 2024, at 9 a.m.